o'zi yurayotir ketdi. Раз, раз, два, три.
бір құрметті қонақтар, бірінші сөз кезегін а, құрметті қонақтар, бірінші сөз кезегін Digital Energy and AI саммитінің ұйымдастырушысы, Қазақстан Республикасының отын энергетикалық кешенінің ахуалдық талдамалық орталығының басқарма төрағасы Әділхан Амангелдіұлы Қопабаевқа беріледі. Құрметті қонақтар, бірінші сөз кезегін Digital Energy and AI саммитінің ұйымдастырушысы, Қазақстан Республикасының отын энергетикалық кешенінің ахуалдық талдамалық орталығының басқарма төрағасы Әділхан Амангелдіұлы Қопабаевқа беріледі. Бір, 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 бір.
Раз. Саламатсыздар ма, аса құрметті әріптестер, құрметті достар. Ең алдымен баршаңызды қарсы алып бүгінгі іс-шараға қатысып отырғаныңыз үшін алғысымды білдіремін. Өздеріңіз білетіндей Digital Energy and AI Summit бүгінгі іс-шараға тақырыптарын талқылау үшін халықаралық және жергілікті компаниялардың өкілдері жиналды. Бүгін ертең әріптестеріміз пікір алмасып, өзекті жобаларын көрсететін болады. Бірінші күні біз нақты түрінде энергетика мен мұнай газ саласын талқылаймыз. Екінші күні жасанды интеллекттің трендтерін талқылауға тырысамыз. Осы іс-шара IPA мен S&P компанияларының демеушілік арқасында ұйымдастырылды. Сол үшін алғысымды білдіремін. Good morning, dear colleagues and friends. First of all, it's a pleasure to host all of you. A huge thanks to our colleagues who have traveled from overseas. I know it's been a long flight, and we truly appreciate all your effort. Today is a special day. We're at the point where new ideas meet new possibilities in Kazakhstan. That's why we're hosting Digital Engineering Summit. With the help of our sponsors, APAM and S&P, we're going to see some great tech solutions over the world in these 2 days. Саламатсыздар ма, аса құрметті әріптестер, құрметті достар. Ең алдымен баршаңызды қарсы алып бүгінгі іс-шараға қатысып отырғаныңыз үшін алғысымды білдіремін. Өздеріңіз білетіндей Digital Energy and AI Summit бүгінгі іс-шараға тақырыптарын талқылау үшін халықаралық және жергілікті компаниялардың өкілдері жиналды. Бүгін ертең әріптестеріміз пікір алмасып, өзекті жобаларын талқылайды, көрсететін болады. Бірінші күні нақты түрінде электр энергетика және мұнай газ саласын талқылаймыз. Екінші күні жасанды интеллекттің трендтерін талқылауға тырысамыз. Осы іс-шара IPA мен S&P компанияларының демеушілік арқасында ұйымдастырылды. Сол үшін оларға алғысымды білдіремін. Good morning, dear colleagues and friends. First of all, it's a pleasure to host all of you. A huge thanks to our colleagues who have traveled from overseas. I know it's been a long flight. We truly appreciate all your effort. With the help of our sponsors, today is a special day. We're at the point where new ideas and solutions meet new possibilities. Today's a special day. We're at the point where new ideas meet new possibilities in Kazakhstan. That's why we're hosting the Digital Energy and AI Summit. With the help of our sponsors, EPAM and S&P, we're going to see some great tech solutions over the world in these 2 days. Thank you, John, Nathan, and Alexei for making it happen. Before I summarize the program, let me briefly introduce the Situational Analytical Center of the Fuel and Energy Complex. Is a subsidiary organization under the Ministry of Energy that is covering whole data of the production of the oil and gas, as well as infrastructure over the country. So basically, we're covering ourselves as a data company. So for the first day of the summit, we have two panel sections about sustainability and OSDU. And for the second day, we have a panel section about digital energy challenges in Kazakhstan. For both days, we have a presentation and product demonstration, which will be held in the 6 different complex. First floor, second floor, all them will be named, so our participants can go back and forth, see all of this. So now let me introduce the first keynote speaker,
Раз, два,
Mr.
три.
Parchan Ilyas, the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Energy.
Раз, два.
Раз, раз.
Раз, два. Раз, два, три. Раз.
Land of the Nomads, where the East and the West meet, where civilizations intertwine. Land
Раз. Раз. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три.
Dear participants, we're going to start in 20 minutes. If you need headphones, please go to the reception and you can find them there. Dear participants, we're going to start in 20 minutes. If you need headphones, you can find them at the reception. If you need headphones for
Land of the nomads. Where the East and the West meet, where civilizations intertwine, where land of the nomads.
Саламатсыздар ма, құрметті әріптестер. Good morning, dear colleagues. We're going to start in a few minutes. Біз 2 минуттың ішінде бастаймыз қазір.
Land of the nomads, where the East and the West meet, where civilizations intertwine, where traditions and innovations come together. Here, the fire of life represents the balance between eternal values and modern opportunities. Today, Kazakhstan stands among the world's top 10 countries in rankings for online services. The share of cashless transactions in the country has surpassed 82%, while the level of digital literacy has soared beyond the 88% mark. In 2022, IT services exports increased fivefold compared to the previous year, surpassing a third of $1 billion. We choose the path of progress, utilizing all the achievements of technology and artificial intelligence. Choosing comfort, quality, and safety, we delve deeper into a new challenge. It solely depends on us whether this will be a threat or a synergy between human and artificial intelligence, and a breakthrough in the history of our civilization. Kazakhstan has become a place where the best minds unite to achieve balance for a better future. It's where East and West converge, where civilizations intertwine and traditions and innovations come together.
Құрметті қонақтар, бірінші сөздің кезегін Digital Energy and AI саммитінің ұйымдастырушысы, Қазақстан Республикасының отын энергетикалық кешенінің ахуалдық талдамалық орталығының басқарма төрағасы Адилхан Амангелдіұлы Қопабаевқа беріледі.
Dear participants, the first word is given to the organizer of Digital Energy and AI Summit 2023, Chairman of the Board of the Situation Analytical Center of the Fuel and Energy Complex of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Please welcome Adilkhan Kopabayev on this stage.
Thank you. Саламатсыздар ма, аса құрметті әріптестер, құрметті достар. Ең алдымен баршаңызды қарсы алып бүгінгі іс-шараға қатысып отырғаны үшін алғысымды білдіремін. Өздеріңіз білетіндей Digital Energy and AI Summit бүгінгі тақырыптарын талқылау үшін халықаралық және жергілікті компаниялардың өкілдері жиналды. Бүгін ертең әріптестеріміз пікір алмасып, өзекті жобаларын көрсететін болады. Бірінші күні біз нақты түрінде энергетика мен мұнай-газ саласын талқылаймыз. Екінші күні жасанды интеллекттің трендтерін талқылауға тырысамыз. Осы іс-шара IPA мен S&P компанияларының демеушілік арқасында ұйымдастырылды. Сол үшін оларға алғысымды білдіремін. Good morning, dear colleagues, friends. First of all, it's a pleasure to host all of you. A huge thanks to our colleagues who have traveled from overseas. I know it's been a quite long flight and we appreciate all your effort. Today is a special day. We're at the point where new ideas and solutions meet new possibilities in Kazakhstan. That's why we're hosting Digital Energy and AI Summit. With the help of our sponsors, EPAM and S&P, we're going to see some great tech solutions over the world in these 2 days. Thank you, John, Nathan, and Alexei for making it happen. Let's make some noise for them. Before I summarize the program, let me briefly introduce the Situation Analytical Center of the Fuel Energy Complex. It's a subsidiary organization under the Ministry of Energy that is covering whole data and production for oil and gas as well as infrastructure. So basically, we are presenting ourselves as a data company. So for the first day of the summit, we have 2 panel sections about the sustainability and OSDU. And for the second day, we have a panel section about digital energy challenges in Kazakhstan. For both days, we have a presentation and product demonstration from our colleagues, which will be held over the hall. So our participants and guests can go back and forth, see all of the solutions. So let me introduce the first keynote speaker, Mr. Bakhchan Ilyas, the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Energy of Republic of Kazakhstan. Please welcome. Қазақстан Республикасының энергетика вице-министрі Бақытжан Ильясқа сөз беріледі.
Саламатсыздар ма, құрметті достар, қонақтар, әріптестер. Біріншіден энергетика министрінің тапсырмасымен сіздерге министрдің құттықтау және сәлемдеме сөздерін оқып беруге рұқсат етіңіздер. Разрешите в первую очередь зачитать вам слова благодарности и приветственные слова министра энергетики. Уважаемые коллеги и гости нашей столицы, я рад приветствовать вас на сегодняшнем саммите, посвященной теме цифровизации топливно-энергетического комплекса и роли искусственного интеллекта. Хотел бы поблагодарить вас за участие, особенно представителей международных компаний, таких как IBM, Microsoft, Shell, ExxonMobil, Chevron, Schlumberger, Baker Hughes, 3C AI, Halliburton, Kongsberg, Сенско, а также выражаю отдельные слова благодарности за поддержку и организацию сегодняшнего мероприятия компаниям S&P Systems, EPAM Systems и S&P Global. Мы стоим на пороге новой эры, где технологические инновации определяют большое будущее нашей отрасли и способны решать сложные производственные задачи. Сотрудничество с лидерами IT-индустрии и цифровизации и внедрение искусственного интеллекта открывает перед нами новые возможности для решения отраслевых задач. Глава государства Касым-Жомарт Токаев поставил перед правительством задачу создания дата-центров, специализирующихся на искусственном интеллекте, а также к 2026 году довести экспорт IT-услуг до $1 миллиарда. Реализация данных задач является важным шагом в повышении технологической зрелости и укреплении экономической устойчивости нашей страны. Создание инновационных R&D-центров совместно с международными партнерами создают уникальную возможность для развития передовых технологий и кадрового потенциала в стране. В качестве примера можно привести опыт R&D-центра Shell Technology Center в Индии, в Голландии и в других странах Юго-Восточной Азии. Считаю, что у нас есть все необходимые ресурсы, сырье, квалифицированные IT-специалисты и долгосрочное видение для реализации аналогичных проектов в Казахстане с привлечением иностранных инвестиций и вендоров. В свете текущих глобальных вызовов также необходимо нам заниматься вопросами производства эффективной чистой энергии. Тема, которая будет обсуждаться в эти дни на саммите, имеет жизненно важное значение для нашей отрасли. Я уверен, что наше сотрудничество приведет к реализации масштабным проектам в нашей стране. Благодарю вас за участие в сегодняшнем саммите и желаю плодотворной работы. С уважением, министр энергетики Республики Казахстан Алмасадам Саткалиев. Уважаемые коллеги, уважаемые гости, я рад приветствовать вас от лица Министерства энергетики. И на сегодняшнем мероприятии в своем докладе я хотел бы рассказать вкратце о наших планах по вопросам цифровой трансформации энергетической отрасли. Во-первых, хотел бы отметить, что цифровая трансформация и искусственный интеллект – это не научная фантастика, а наступившая реальность. Как отметил наш глава государства, нам необходимо принять стратегический документ, определяющий сферу применения и задач, и инструменты реализации искусственного интеллекта. Это передовая международная практика. Такие шаги позволят нам задать устойчивый вектор технологического прогресса страны. Уполномоченный орган в сфере цифровизации совместно с депутатами и с другими государственными органами на сегодняшний день приступил к разработке цифрового кодекса Казахстана. Министерство энергетики примет в данной работе активное участие в части описания отраслевого раздела данного кодекса. Во-вторых, в конце прошлого года постановлением правительства Республики Казахстан приняты правила цифровой трансформации госуправления. Целью цифровой трансформации в энергетике является повышение эффективности государственного управления топливно-энергетическим комплексом построение топливно-энергетическим комплексом посредством внедрения технологий автоматизации, цифровизации и платформенных решений. Нашей приоритетной задачей является обеспечение энергетической безопасности путем развития кадрового потенциала и применения передовых технологий. В-третьих, мы гармонизируем международные стандарты, регулирующие вопросы цифровизации в нашей отрасли, и закладываем их в качестве основы в концепцию Smart Grid и в стратегию цифровой трансформации нефтегазового сектора. В этом направлении ожидается принятие ряд важных нормативных актов. При министерстве создан офис цифровой трансформации, главной задачей которой является реинжиниринг неэффективных бизнес-процессов, обеспечивающих выполнение нами государственных функций, а также непрерывное содействие цифровому развитию отрасли в целом. Отдельное внимание будет уделяться вопросам IT-архитектуры, локализации компетенций и кибербезопасности. В-четвертых, на базе подведомственной организации Министерства энергетики создан ситуационно-аналитический центр. Главной задачей данного центра является сбор, обработка больших данных и анализ и долгосрочное прогнозирование на основе этих данных. Анализ как отрасли, в целом по отрасли, а также отдельных трендов. Ситуационный центр на сегодняшний день занимается структурированием сырых данных, наработкой опыта по интерпретации на основе данных, используя искусственный интеллект. Считаю, что одним из главных задач сегодняшнего мероприятия заключается в сотрудничестве и обмене опытом для эффективной работы данного центра при Министерстве энергетики. Уверен, что результат сотрудничества будет полезен для участников рынка и экономики Казахстана. Уважаемые коллеги, желаю всем участникам нашего мероприятия плодотворной работы, конструктивного диалога и взаимовыгодных соглашений. Спасибо за внимание.
Рахмет, вице-министр Мырза. Thank you so much for indeed the right words, for the right timing. And now the next keynote speaker, Mr. Kanush Ilyushin, the first Vice Minister of the Ministry of Digital Development, Innovation and Aerospace Industry of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Mr. Kanush Ilyushin, the floor is yours.
Саламатсыз ма, құрметті достар, форумға келген қатысушылар. Енді біріншіден осы энергетика министрлігінің өкілдеріне рахмет айтқым келеді. Жалпы біздің осы форум жақсы жоғары деңгейде өтеді деп үміттенемін. Your Excellencies, dear ladies and gentlemen, our guests, welcome to Astana, welcome to Kazakhstan. And I hope if it is your first time, you'll be enjoying your stay here in Astana. Surprisingly, weather is nice in Astana in November. Usually it's not like that, so maybe it's because of you. So you may ask what this guy is doing here, like in charge of digitalization in Kazakhstan. So basically, I'm gonna go through the slides, which will tell you about where Kazakhstan is staying right now in terms of innovation development, ICT ecosystem development, and digitalization itself. So, what we're actually doing in terms of energy digitalization ecosystem as well. So first of all, let me start by saying that Kazakhstan is ranked by United Nations at the 28th country in terms of eGov and the 8th country in terms of online services. So in the first place among CIS countries. So basically, we have a benchmarks like you see on the slide, like Estonia, Finland. So we do not stop here, we challenge ourselves and we move forward. Just a few cases on, and maybe we call it the success stories as well. So basically all public services are available right now on smartphones with more than 1,000 services provided already. We have gone through different evolutionary stages and layers, started by developing the databases, moving into the eGov system itself with centers of service centers across Kazakhstan, And then we move to the next level, which is mobile eGov version, where we moved from just typical flash digital key to biometrical identification. So right now you can use your smartphones, you can use our biometrical digital ID and get access to different public services online. And within that, you also can use all your official documents like national ID, driving license, like birth certificate, and you name it, right? 24 digital documents are available, and they're all official. You do not need to present them offline in the airports, hotline, in hotels, in the state body. So basically, they're all recognized. And one of the most popular services in mGov is actually digital notary. So let's imagine that it's 11 p.m. on Saturday night. So all notary services are closed and you can use this platform. The notary guy will join you through the video call and notarize all your documents officially. So what's next? We started collaborating with big players in the fintech industry like Kaspi, KZ, Freedom, Halik, and the rest. Through our open API, we integrated our databases, and all that you can see on the eGov platform, you can find it on the applications of these fintech companies. So right now, it also actually gave boost to these companies, and just like, let's say just Freedom and Kaspi, let's take them. The total valuation of these companies right now is more than $24 billion listed in LSE and NASDAQ. And we call them unicorns that came from Kazakhstan. And we also are enjoying right now with these unique cases like you can buy and sell a car in 5 minutes through the smartphone. You can finalize your mortgage deal in 24 hours. And all this access to databases and right regulatory framework allowed Kazakhstan to be one of the most cashless economies in the world with more than 80% transactions going online. So that's for people-centric ecosystem. What we are doing for the business. Right now, we are doing the same story. We're doing and building eGov for business. And we can get access to licenses, permits. E-signature will be already provided as well. So you can file tax declaration and you are able to register business and open bank account just in 5 minutes. We are moving forwards, and we are actually providing our digital signature in our embassies for foreign investors. Relatively to energy industry itself, so I think the availability of geological information is very important and crucial for investors, and we unified the platform for subsoil users and licenses for exploration and production of minerals are digitalized now. And I hope the Minister of Energy will join us and we will put them together. So this digitalization actually fundamental work allowed us to build and actually helped us to build the ICT ecosystem, and which consists of 4 main elements. One is actually human capital, which is very important. Government of Kazakhstan is investing a lot, and together with our partners like EPAM and Samsung, Huawei, we are launching a lot of IT academies in Kazakhstan and joint programs. So if the people used to go for 4 and 5 years educational programs in universities and get coding skills, right now they can get voucher from us and go to any of 80 IT schools and get for 3-4 months special training program. And the number of IT specialists is growing as well through this program, which is called Tek Orda. So after they get these skills, where they go, they go either to launch a startup or they can go to get employed. If they decide the first path, they can go to a second element, which is innovational infrastructure. And here I would like to stop on two big hubs, which one of them is Astana Hub. It has not, it's old slide actually. It's more than 1,300 residents already, with $1.5 billion of income. And they actually, we have a lot of international companies that decided to become a resident of Astana Hub as well. Here you can find a lot of programs for educational reasons, for acceleration and incubation, and partnering with big tech companies. We could manage to launch different set of a wide range of programs. And we do have, apart from Astana Hub, we have launched not 11 regional hubs in other regions of Kazakhstan, sharing the same programs with them. More than 60 business incubators in Nazarbayev University with partnering with private companies like Most in Almaty as well. And I think second hub, which is located in Almaty, I think will be more relevant to you. Why? Because it's not focusing only on IT, but it's also inviting all IT companies that are working in energy sector. So, and it's also Industry 4.0, IoT, drones, robotics, and etc. Smart fields. Right now, we have already 250 residents in Almaty Hub. The number is growing. We do different programs. We actually provide industrial tours for IT companies. We are taking them to different regions of Kazakhstan. We're checking the fields and providing their services there, pitching in front of the companies. We do have a 100 to 100 grant program, which is $100,000 US as a grant for startup to launch and propose any technology to oil and gas and energy companies. So that's an ecosystem of Almaty Hub, which has its own community with subsoils, subsoil users, with energy companies, IT participants. It has a wide range of different educational programs, acceleration, grants, finance program, even venture capital fund as well. So here, because of this ecosystem, we could get different IT leaders, let's say in different fields like IoT, cybersecurity, smart field, industrial safety, monitoring, robotics, etc. So you can actually choose any of them and partner with them. You can work, you can make joint ventures. That's, I think, and the last slide for Almaty Hub. It's this is how it looks when we take them to industrial tour. This is people from IT sector, and we take them to the fields. So what's next? Third element that we're building is actual venture capital infrastructure. So we have more than 24 venture capital funds, Business Angels Association, and I think we still have a shortage of more than $100 million for today. I think we could manage to solve the problem of getting and raising less than $1 million for startups, but we're still facing the challenge of getting more than 1 million. So this is where we actually, so basically the pre-seed and seed stage is solved, but we are targeting to solve the problem of Series A and B and C. That ecosystem allowed us to actually grow the number of IT exports. If you could see on the slide, in 2020, it used to be just $33 million, and we actually, it has grown up tenfold up to $330 million in last year, and we believe that we can get $500 million in this year. So what our president gave a new challenge for us to reach 1 billion in 2026. Just to join here briefly, so we also positioning not ourselves like just Kazakhstani hubs, but more like kind of a macro regional hub. We are open for startups like from Azerbaijan, Turkey countries, Central Asia, no matter where you're from. We are providing all support for them and taking even them to Silicon Valley. We have the special program which is called Hero Training, and we take them to Silicon Valley. We recently launched the Silk Road Innovation Hub in Silicon Valley, and we sent the first batch of 15 startups there. They are spending 6 months. We're covering all accommodation costs. They are trying their luck there by, trying to raise the capital, expand their business. We have different success stories that already went abroad, like Parkour in UAE, like Clockster in Indonesia, like Pimelon in US, and so we can go and represent others. So last but not least, I think what should be done next is actually what actually experts are saying. So human capital quality is fine, okay, but you still need to work on that. But infrastructure needs to be improved, and this is where we're actually putting our eyes and building a new legislation framework for data classification, for cloud-first policy. We truly believe that Kazakhstan can become a digital hub, like a valley globally, because it has a low price of energy, it has a proper climate for that. And if there will be a proper regulatory framework, then we can attract a lot of investments in data centers. And second is a connectivity issue. So we launched a new national project, which is called Accessible Internet. And within this program, we are targeting to replace all copper lines with a fiber optic. We want to cover all villages by fiber optic, and providing like full coverage in all cities of Kazakhstan, villages and highways. And we are also building and investing in Caspian fiber optic in order to connect Asia and Europe together with Azerbaijan through Caspian Sea. So last, I think, which is the most important hot topic today, it's AI. So we do have more than 80 different databases and informational systems of all state agencies that we put together and integrated into one system, which is called Smart Data Hükümet, which is translated as a smart data government. And this is actually a big data, which allows us to get different types of products. Like one which is relevant to today's session is monitoring of fuel, starting from extraction, going to refinery, up to the retail industry. So we, in order to see, do we have enough fuel for our leaders to make a decision. Another story is a family well-being system. So in order to monitor the families which are below the low income, to see if they have enough food and money. So the system can identify the families that are below low income, which do not have income, like for the last 2 quarters, they do not have accommodation, food, etc. So we highlight them, and we proactively provide all types of financial support and hot meals for kids in schools, etc. Without submitting any documents. They're just sitting at home and getting support. So this type of project we can get from this big data, and we have already developed like 20 different products like that. So, and I think we should distribute and provide this access to smart to this big data in order to grow the number of AI startups, including energy industry as well. So that's it from my end. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So now let me welcome Ms. Dinara Shiglova, the Vice Minister of the Industry and Infrastructure Development of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Қазақстан Республикасы индустрия және инфрақұрылымдық даму вице-министрі Динара Shiglova. Қарсы алады.
after our digital ministry, to have a speech with wow effect will be very difficult. Anyway, уважаемые коллеги, разрешите поприветствовать вас от лица Министерства промышленности и строительства, всех участников международного саммита Digital Energy и AI Summit. Учитывая, что основными потребителями энергетики являются промышленные предприятия, с учетом компетенции Министерства промышленности и строительства, я, наверное, немного остановлюсь на аспектах энергоэффективности. Глава государства в своем послании народа Казахстана поручил правительству кардинально пересмотреть действующую политику энергоэффективности с учетом стандартов ОСР и к 2029 году снизить ключевые показатели энергопотребления и энергоемкости минимум на 15%. Казахстан все еще входит в перечень стран наиболее энергоемкой экономикой. Энергоемкость ВВП Казахстана в 3 раза превышает показатель ОСР, в 1,8 раза Канады и в 1,3 раза Китая. В структуре конечного потребления основными является промышленность с долей 35,5% энергоресурсов. Сектор жилищных и коммерческих зданий потребляет почти 27% соответственно. Одним из ключевых инструментов реализации политики энергосбережения и повышения энергоэффективности является созданный в 2013 году по модели Японии Государственный энергетический реестр. С 2013 года в рамках Госреестра обеспечен мониторинг более 80 тысяч организаций и предприятий страны. На сегодняшний день субъектами ГЭР являются более 20 тысяч организаций и предприятий. Реестр полностью оцифрован в информационной системе госэнергетического ресурса и предоставляет предприятиям возможность самостоятельно заполнять отчеты, которые затем используются для генерации графиков по потреблению энергии. Важным инструментом системы являются элементы Big Data, которые используются для прогнозирования. Таким образом, на основе данных предприятий система предоставляет рекомендации по необходимым мероприятиям или модернизации, помогая им принимать информированные решения. В рамках реестра более 2100 организаций, в том числе более 500 промпредприятий, провели энергоаудит. Благодаря реализации системы управления рисками была выстроена модель проведения проверок промышленных предприятий на соответствие законодательства. Что касается правовой базы, в рамках закона об энергосбережении и повышении энергоэффективности действует 34 нормативно-правовых акта, которые регулируют деятельность в сфере энергоэффективности. Существует множество технологий, которые могут быть внедрены на промышленных предприятиях для повышения энергоэффективности. Модернизация оборудования, внедрение систем мониторинга и управления энергопотреблением. Искусственный интеллект может анализировать большие данные и о потреблении энергии на предприятиях и использовать их для построения модели прогнозирования будущих потребностей энергии. Для этого Министерством промышленности в прошлом году были внедрены новые механизмы мер господдержки с возмещением затрат для промышленных предприятий обрабатывающей промышленности до 50% на модернизацию оборудования, внедрению элементов индустрии 4.0. Оператором меры господдержки является Национальный институт в сфере промышленности Казиндустрии, который в свою очередь создал отраслевой центр технологической компетенции по направлению индустрии 4.0. На самом деле это еще малая доля мероприятий, которые осуществляет государство и которые бы надо было еще осуществить. Да? В текущем году утверждена концепция развития сферы энергосбережения и повышения энергоэффективности Республики Казахстан. В данной концепции были рассмотрены основные проблемы промышленных предприятий, транспортного, строительного и ЖКХ секторов. И в основном они типичны. Это эксплуатация устаревшего оборудования, отсутствие финансовой возможности на модернизацию и нехватка кадров, а также низкий уровень сознательности в вопросах энергоэффективности. В рамках данной концепции был разработан конкретный план действий по каждой отрасли. Также были учтены аспекты цифровизации. И в целом хотелось поблагодарить сегодня всех участников, которые участвуют в данном форуме, а также организаторов данного форума за организацию дополнительной площадки и возможность еще раз обратить внимание на аспекты цифровизации в построении цифровой зеленой экономики. Благодарю за внимание.
Үлкен рахмет. Now let me introduce the Vice President of EPAM, John Chu. Please, John, the floor is yours. The main organizer.
Hi. Ooh. Good morning, everybody. Hello. Thank you. I don't have any prepared remarks, but I did want to come up here and say thanks to everyone. First off, thanks to Adil Khan and his team, Vice Minister Bakshan, Vice Minister Kanish, for making this possible, for working with us to prepare this event. A lot of hard work went into it. I remember 4 or 5 months ago when we started this, it was kind of iffy if we were going to be able to pull off getting everybody together. So it's really great to see all of you guys here. Secondly, I'd like to thank all the international partners who made the hike out here. It's not easy to get into Kazakhstan. By the way, I found out not a lot of direct flights, but certainly worth it. And hopefully, you know, as you guys have come in and listened to some of the remarks from the Vice Minister, you see that there's a lot going on. There's a lot of digitalization. There's a lot of energy going into this. So hopefully it excites you as much as it does me. And lastly, I'd like to thank all of the participants here from, let's say, the energy industry of Kazakhstan, because really this is for you. This is why we're putting in all this effort, is to make an event to really promote best practices like OSDU, to really promote leading edge solutions from all the partners here. And I hope it works out well like that. I am in the service industry. I work for EPAM Systems. You'll find out more tomorrow from our CEO who will be dialing in. But I don't want to talk too much about EPAM today. I just wanted to say events like this I find very special. And for me, actually, the journey into understanding Kazakhstan started at an event. I was at the SLB Digital Forum last year in October, and I met a number of delegates from Kazakhstan, from Kaspianef, Daniar over there, from TCO, Murat, another gentleman named Murat, who later on since went on to work for us. And I got to really understand that there's a lot going on, and this is where I started to get more involved. At the same time, my company also, we've been in Kazakhstan for more than a decade. They're doing a lot of work. It's part of our backyard, but we also started to get more involved in Kazakhstan. So following that SLB Digital Forum, which was an amazing event as well, I came here to the Digital Bridge. I think it was the first Digital Bridge. And also that was quite an amazing event. It was great to be in the audience and hear President Tokayev talk about how EPAM is going to be playing a role in building up digital capabilities in the country. And there I got to meet a lot more of you guys as well and build friendships. So that was really great as well. Very recently, I'm going on and on a little bit, but I'll finish soon. We had a really nice event in Houston around OSDU. So this is where, again, a lot of the same faces who are here today, we were actually all together, SLB, Halliburton, ExxonMobil, Chevron, Shell, EPAM, IBM. We're all sitting there together talking about how we can make this a particularly special, panel session for you guys, how we can actually come and share the best practices. So again, it's events like that help to foster these relationships and connections. Last thing on events, because I'm sure you don't want to hear all of my stories. I was also at the Shell, what is it called, Changemakers event a couple of weeks ago, and this is where I also met a lot of colleagues from BHC3, from Sinasco, from many companies, and here they are now today as well, sharing with you guys. So I think these events are very important. So we're all in our offices or our home offices, doing our work, and it's really these kinds of situations where we can actually sit down together, not just learn about what other people are doing, but also spend time together eating, drinking, and talking to each other. So hopefully a lot of that happens today. I wanted to say one or two more things. Please come tomorrow. Okay, this is a 2-day event, and the content in the second day is just as impactful. We're having a focus on AI. We're having Dan Jevons, who's a head of innovation at Shell, dial in to talk about an open AI for energy initiative. Our CEO will be dialing in, and we have many, many great presentations from our partners. So please I hope you will be there. And lastly, this is the first, hopefully, of many such events. So I will certainly be looking for your feedback along with Adil Khan on how we can continue to make this better next year and beyond. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Thank you. Indeed, it was a hard work for a couple of months with you. We appreciate that. The next speaker, Nathan, please, the Vice President of S&P Global. The floor is yours.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. So, as Adil Khan said, I'm from S&P Global Market Intelligence. This is my first trip to Astana, but for S&P Global, we've had a presence for a number of years. We have about 30 or so customers within Kazakhstan. I've had the pleasure of meeting with a number of those customers earlier in this week, and it's very clear from those meetings why Kazakhstan is held in such high regard by the international community. So I thank everybody for hospitality and hosting me here this week. It's been a real pleasure working with Adil Khan, EPAM, the ministry in putting together this event. For me, it was the first time I've had this sort of involvement in the arrangement of event, and I'll forever have the appreciation of how much work goes into it, particularly bringing together an international community. And I think the community that we brought together here today and tomorrow, bringing the best minds from industry, from the government, really gives us an opportunity to create real deliverables from innovation. So I appreciate your partnership. Again, appreciate your welcome. I think we've got some great sessions, some great talks over the course of the next couple of days. So I believe and I hope that everybody will see a lot of value. And to reiterate what John said, I hope and I believe that this is probably the first one of many of these type of events that will take place in Kazakhstan, and I hope to have a continued involvement in those. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. Indeed, it's actually the first event ever in digital energy, so we all appreciate all your effort. And I think the next panel section, sustainability. Alexei, the floor is yours, please. Welcome.
The next session is about sustainability, and we will discuss the role of digital technologies in decarbonization, sustainability, and emissions management. The moderator of this session is Alexei Shakhov, Senior Director in Eastern Europe, Israel, and CIS countries at S&P Global.
Okay, hi, good morning. I would like to invite our panel colleagues. We will have two people connecting remotely, so excuse us if there will be any challenges from technology, but we have a great support team here. So please sit in the middle. It's the best for us. Great. I will introduce myself quite fast. I'm managing all the business in S&P Global Market Intelligence, which is part of S&P Global Holding in Eastern Europe, Israel, and ex-Soviet Union countries. Today we have a very diversified team. And first of all, but I want to first thank you, the ministries, the speakers, the participants for coming here. And I want to introduce our panelists today. First is Adeline. I mean, can we have her on the screen? Okay, well, we having, okay, hey. Okay, good. Here we have Adeline. Adeline, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Okay,
can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you as well. Good.
Great.
Adeline is a principal upstream energy with EPAM Systems. She has 25 years of experience in the oil and gas industry and diverse experience in well construction and software technology projects. As well, I want to introduce Marina Vespan here. Marina is Managing Director of Schlumberger in Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. She's been working in this role since 2022. Has more than 20 years of experience in technical sales and managerial positions for oil and gas industry. She has held a variety of assignments for territories like Europe, Africa, and North America. As well, please welcome Hatuna Pokrovska. So you can take me out maybe for a second if we have Hatuna here. She's my colleague here. Oh, there she is underneath. She's a senior manager and ESG specialist for the S&P Global Sustainable One organization within S&P Global Market Intelligence, and she is responsible for unifying the sustainability offerings across the divisions of S&P Global. We have here as well in the middle sitting Mohammed Yassir, the technical sales manager, EESSA in Halliburton. Mohammed holds 29 years plus, I would say maybe already 30, of broad industry experience, and he has held various positions in strategy, business development, account management, and field engineering. And last but not least, Anton Melnik, here next to me, he is a global industrial enterprise AI business development director in Baker Hughes. Before this role, Anton was leading Russia and CIS region for Baker Hughes and GE Oil and Gas as a digital transformation executive responsible for digital transformation programs for key clients and for localization and digital joint ventures of industrial Internet of Things and AI technologies. I tried to learn this. Okay, good. Let me move on to the seat so we feel more or less the same because we're going to have a good. Hello. So over the next 2 years, dear ladies and gentlemen, we're going to talk about digitalization of challenges and opportunities of the Republic of Kazakhstan, mostly in the corporate sector. So why do we start today with sustainability itself? Before we talk about AI, before we talk about use cases, before we discuss these 2 days interesting sessions. Well, if you look at the government and overall digitalization goal of the nation, the main goal is to connect all aspects of life of citizens to make their life better, more effective, and connect them in trust and more transparent between the government, companies, and citizens. So we had today a great presentation from the Ministry of Digitalization about how many documents we can sign digital here, how many solutions already here. So this is the main idea. Similar with sustainability. Sustainability is in everyday's life, and sustainability is something that is aimed to make our lives. Is there an echo? Is it okay that you can hear me? Okay, because I hear you. So sustainability is about, again, making our lives and our children and next generation better, longer, and healthier. So that's why it's very interconnected. It relates to everyone in this country and around the world, to every company, to every government. So it's very, very connected. However, there is a challenge, right? We as people, we are very digitalized already, right? We have tools, we have phones, we have gadgets that track our blood pressure, like blood that, help us to do exercises, that tell us what to do, what not to do, connect us to remote relatives, show us movies, make calls, etc. We are extremely digitalized and interconnected between each other. But when we come to work, we kind of a little bit behind. Companies struggle because there's much more data and much more demand to get the data together. So today we're going to discuss 5 questions that we will try to walk you through opportunities and challenges of the digitalizations in your companies and the government and in the nation of Kazakhstan altogether. So my first question is to everyone, if we think of sustainability initiatives, what trends do you see in the digitalization? What's working well already today in the industries, and what still needs to be developed? I don't know, Mohammed, do you want to start? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So at Halliburton, we strongly believe that that's technological innovations, they play a critical role in terms of, I would say, accelerating our, achieving our sustainability goals, our net zero journey that we have, right? So how it can be achieved, if you look at into the convergence of the technologies that we have today. You mentioned about the gadgets that we use today, like personally, but we need to see what kind of gadgets we can use in our business itself, right? So for example, the IoTs, right? The digital twin, the AI, the convergence of those technologies can definitely reshape the work that we do today. How we do it today, that's going to be changed, right? And at the same time, it can help, these technologies can help us to innovate new solutions that can again help to achieve our digital ambitions, our ambitions on sustainability itself.
Anton.
Thanks, Alexei. Talking about trends, I would like to maybe specify the growing number of customers who want to, that we see, who want to be proactive, right? Talking about sustainability, and I would extend this to ESG, meaning social and governance as well, is important. And we will discuss some challenges and why it's important. But what we see is the growing number of companies that understand that this is not just reporting and compliance with the regulation, but also the proactive journey. And for instance, last week we kick off the project in Middle East region, which is not heavily regulated. We see a lot of examples like that in Europe and USA as well. And being as Baker Hughes is a big industrial production company, we made our commitments, proactive commitments as well 4 years ago to become net zero in terms of CO2 emissions by 2050, right? So that type of approach basically put additional pressure on such companies. And the technologies like AI and IoT can help the companies move to the next step in this journey beyond reporting, right? So just to give you a few examples, if you want to be proactive, you want to understand what's your shareholders or what's your investors or stakeholders expect from you. You need to analyze the statements like proxy statements, investment policies. Talking about like Baker Hughes, for instance, we have like, if we take like 10 major institutional investors of Baker Hughes, they publish the official documents with their expectations, which in the magnitude for these 10 institutional investors of 30,000 pages. To analyze all of this without AI is nearly impossible, right? And if you miss this opportunity, you will miss the expectation of your shareholders, and you get maybe less scores from the benchmarking agency, you get less scores from the credit organizations, you get less access to the capital. And for the companies who want to be proactive, that becomes super critical, right? So that's why the group of companies who focus on this proactive approach, they adopt the much wider range of technologies, including, let's say, satellite images, analysis, AI, IoT, big data analytics, stuff like that, which probably might not be so critical for just reporting.
Thank you, very interesting. I would move to our virtual, not virtual, remote colleagues. Aileen, what's your thoughts on challenges and opportunities when we talk about this?
Sure. So yeah, we're seeing a lot of trends, obviously, and work come for technology development around emissions management. You know, there's a lot of data coming in from a lot of different sources, and it's a challenge to rationalize that data and integrate it. So we've got information, say, for emissions coming from satellites, aerial, Internet of Things, LiDAR, and it's important to make this data a complete data set and a data set that is consistent. So we're looking at a lot of projects and working towards getting the best data for the best reporting and filling in those data gaps with AI and analytics and intelligence to build out better mechanisms to understand and to report on the emissions side. Also, there's some appetite in the industry to standardize around data requirements, consistent measurements, compatibility, interoperability through supply chains. There's an appetite for standards to help process the environmental data and the carbon footprint data. So initiatives like the Open Footprint Platform, so that's a part of the OSDU initiatives. So coming together as a community globally to organize around some standards and have the data be useful across different companies, across industries, to have more consistency and transparency in reporting. Another thing we're really seeing is this whole life cycle approach to ESG. So it's just not emissions, but it's energy efficiency, it's water and waste management, asset lifecycle management, supply chain management. So a very holistic approach to balance the trade-offs in the decisions companies are making or organizations are making around how they do their business, their processes, who they do business with. So a holistic approach, which requires a lot of technology and integration of systems between different companies, different operators, different service providers. So this holistic approach is something that we think is complex, but something we can really help with because we touch all areas of those aspects. Finally, really another thing that we're looking at and seeing is complex facility digitalization. So in all phases, from the design, construction, and operations of facilities, there's planning with the end in mind. How do we instrument facilities for better data, for better collection and optimization to minimize ESG impacts on facility management and design? So yeah, that's kind of what we're seeing and where we can add and layer in different types of technologies and help organizations speak to all parts of the value chain.
Thank you. Thank you. Hatuna, what's your thoughts on the initiatives of digitalization?
Absolutely. Well, being involved in ESG for over 2 decades, I've really had the privilege to witness a rather dramatic evolution of ESG from something very niche to a sustainability practice that has gained tremendous momentum in recent years. And from where I sit, the greatest intersection of ESG and digital transformation is, of course, on the data side of things. And myself being within a data provider, it's always interesting to see how clients are gathering that data and what are the new tools they're using in order to systematically centralize that data. And ESG is really what I would refer to as alternative data or data that's traditionally unstructured. So in the past, we've had difficulty organizing data that's unstructured because it hasn't come in the same ways that financial data would come or be reported in the same ways. So this begs the question of how one takes traditionally unstructured data sets and creates value and insight through the use of systematical analytical processes that provide accurate ESG scoring for corporates. And the work is obviously highly dependent on data availability and the financial materiality of that data and those metrics that we can look at. And this can also be seen through the lens of voluntary and mandatory means of sharing data by companies. For instance, ESG scores methodologies rely namely on public disclosure, at least partially, direct disclosure, so engagement practices, and of course, things like media analysis to capture controversies, and that's also being done with the use of AI increasingly. And we're also seeing the emergence of voluntary as well as mandatory reporting frameworks and practices that are led by regulatory bodies. And we see this increasingly in frontier and developing markets as well.
Thank you. And I totally agree that data unstructuring to structuring is a big challenge, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. But first, I want to hear what Maria is thinking.
So first of all, thank you for inviting me. It's really a pleasure to be here today and discuss some of the very important topic for our industry. So I think that, I will start a little bit for our macro goal, why we are here. And I think like our industry has a great balancing act these days to do, providing reliable and affordable energy while we are, looking to our existing operations and trying to rapidly decarbonize. And in the same time, we are looking to the long-term future. What are the, how we scale up new energy system to meet the growing demand. And I think that if we look already to our industry, there is a lot of digitalization. There is a lot of AI, machine learning, automations that already are producing effects, I would say, in the subsurface and in the operations. We see the increase on efficiency. I think we should not forget that our industry is still very much, an industry where safe is our main concern, and we want to make sure that our people are permanently safe and our operations are safe. And after that, we see a lot of progress on the decarbonization area. And I think that this is the area where today we see a lot of discussions, a lot of progress. There is a tremendous amount of data. I think that we previously discussed about the computing capacity. There is a lot of technology in the AI space, machine learning. And we think that today as an industry, we should be very true with what we are saying and, be accountable, start measuring and start reporting our emissions, help our partners to do the same. And I think through, through this measurement and reporting and improvement action items, tangible action items that we are taking, we can all together reach our commitments to net zero in my company case in 2030. And I think that I see a lot of progress in the space. And our approach in SLB is to go versus a platform that would allow the capture of the data, the measurements, and the reporting of the baseline, of targets, of actions that we are taking, of offsets or carbon credits. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. A very interesting conversation. So, as we now discussed, what we have in the environment already within the companies, what we have as a sources a little bit, we can start or continue the journey through sustainability. So now we can move to the next stage of how we measure the progress as we move on through sustainability initiatives and ideas, and where we can, as a company, as like let's work from the company's side, right? If we are a commodities company, a production company, if we move on and we see the progress and we try to measure it, as absolutely correctly has been said, some data is very assorted, but it's very valuable. The other one is easy to manage, but maybe less valuable, or we still don't know how valuable it is. My question is to start to Hatuna, how do we measure progress? We all understand the challenges, like we face them every day, but what do you see as an opportunity of measuring the progress with the new technologies and in new data sets that are evolving these days? I don't hear on mute.
There we go. So there are different ways to kind of consider ESG as a whole. And there are numerous ways to measure all the different things that we're now talking about. So whether it's ESG scores, ESG ratings, net zero or GHG emissions. So there's really a wide variety of ways to gauge a corporate's kind of ESG performance, so to speak. So usually people mean to use when they use ESG rating, they mean it interchangeably with ESG score. And I have to make the distinction because we actually have an S&P Global rating, which is the rating agency arm of our global business. But that said, the ESG evaluation that comes from the rating side that the rating agency provides uses a more traditional credit-based approach. And I want to make the distinction with the ESG score. So the ESG score, for instance, uses a proprietary methodology that was developed over 2 decades and centers on something called the Corporate Sustainability Assessment. Every year, we invite about 3,500 companies to participate in the CSA. And companies can choose to become either survey respondents, or alternatively, if they prefer not to participate, then what happens is they might be deemed still very interesting to the investor community and therefore will undergo a public assessment. In addition to being evaluated publicly, obviously there are data gaps. So what we've developed is essentially a way to impute certain scores and to fill that out based on the data that is available to us within that particular industry or sector. And I think within the data collection, obviously public disclosure versus direct disclosure is going to complete that picture. So hopefully that creates an incentive to corporates to really engage and essentially, on the one hand, to do the work of collecting the data, whether it be from their value chain, the supply chain, but also being able to kind of systematically analyze that in the context of overall ESG performance, if you will. And then it is, of course, industry specific. So I would focus on the financial materiality analysis, which focuses on industry specific business value drivers that contribute to company performance. And we can look at a financial materiality matrix where we map all the factors on a matrix of likelihood of financial impact versus magnitude of financial impact. And if we take the energy and fossil fuel industry, for instance, we might see that customer relationship management is indeed important, but it might have a lower likelihood of financial impact and respectively magnitude of financial impact. Whereas if we look at factors like product quality and safety, innovation management, these will both have a high likelihood and a high magnitude of financial impact. So this would be reflected in the way we at S&P would, for instance, distribute a weighting at question level in such a survey, and then subsequently use that to score a company ultimately. And I would say that the challenges that some companies face in obtaining an ESG score can vary, of course, but more often than not, it is a question of data collection challenges within their own organizations. And any of the speakers can fill that in or challenge me on that. But I think also companies find that keeping up with certain other metrics and other disclosures that the survey assesses is really kind of a barrier at times, because a company in reporting or answering a corporate sustainability assessment might be really keen on disclosing certain GHG metrics or calculations, or wanting to say that they've done scope 1, 2, and 3 when that hasn't been the case yet. So that's really where S&P has helped its clients. And for ESG scores, we are sometimes in a position to offer, for instance, a pre-fill of such a survey to alleviate the company's administrative burden, because we are still kind of catching up and helping our clients to catch up as that digitalization happens in the more practical aspects. So we provide a range of data sets and analytical services that that would address things like TCFD reporting or nature and biodiversity risk data, physical risk scores, so looking at assets, physical assets, and the climate related risks that are involved. So that covers obviously all the transitional and physical risks. And of course, footprinting, looking at the value chain, I think consistently is really helpful to clients. But again, it is about corporates taking the steps that are necessary in order to be able to get a handle on that data and also benefit from some of the services that data providers are there to help with.
Anyone wants to compliment Tuna? Challenge, as she, Adeline, sorry, yeah, let's.
Yeah, I'll just weigh in on the challenges of getting the data. You know, in facilities or remote locations in oil and gas, it's really hard to get quality data and enough of it. So it's very expensive. It's not economical to censor everything. So you have to make certain assumptions. And then even if you are capturing the data, you can have false positives or inaccurate data based on the sensor technology you're using. So it's an effort to resolve that information and compile it for proper reporting. The other big challenge is communication. So even if you do have all the sensors in place, you often don't have power in certain locations or access to enough power or reliable communications. So data is transmitted by cellular or satellite, and it's expensive, and there's a latency associated with it. So if you wanted to be proactive, so you had a methane leak, you might not get that data in time, and it might not be sufficient to accurately identify your problem and resolve it quickly. So there's some challenges in getting the information you need at the time you need it, and that it's accurate and can help you both with your reporting and solve your problems. So that's a big challenge, and there's a lot of innovation coming on that front, and there needs to be more to get those solutions more economically available and in a more real-time fashion.
Thank you. For the sake of the timing, well, let's move, because it's all anyway, they're very interconnected questions. So for the sake of timing, let's move to the next stage. So we identify the gaps and identify opportunities of the data. Then we managing the change and how to measure it. Now we come to the reporting part, which is very important. And Hatuna and colleagues already mentioned that there's a different type of reporting, and there's no single approach of the methodology globally, the reporting itself. Even here in Kazakhstan, the reporting is now under development. So is this good or bad, right? Mohammed, can you elaborate on this? How do you see this?
Okay, all right. So before I just talk about what are the challenges in the reporting? Let's ask ourselves why we have to report. And most of us, we will answer, oh, this is a regulatory requirement that we have to make those reports. If we have that mindset, probably we are not helping ourselves, because we need to think about what is the rationale behind reporting those. Maybe the first thing that we need to see is that, okay, from those reports can tell us what's our baselines are, right? And at the same time, that reporting can tell us, is that, okay, are we on track on achieving our goals or not, right? So we need to think differently on how we report and what we get out of those reports. Now come to the part of that challenges in terms of making those reports. And most of the colleagues, I think they highlighted two key things, right? One is the standardization, and the other one is the data itself, right? I take it from a different aspect, right? Typically, in most of our organizations, the reporting is being done by the corporate sustainability team or the HSE team that you have, right? But in reality, these teams probably cannot influence or don't have any direct link with the people who can make an impact on the emissions or on on the sustainability metrics that we want to, right? So in reality, that lies with the operational team, the people out in the field, or the people sitting in the offices making those designs. I mean, given an example over here is that, okay, if we want to plan a well, right, we are planning to drill the well, what kind of equipment that need to be used over there? What kind of a cement need to be used over there? Because all these make an impact on the emission that we're gonna end up with these operations. So the corporate sustainability team does not have a direct link on the other side. So there is a big gap, right, between the two spectrums of, I would say, this reporting piece that we have, right? And as a Halliburton, we basically innovate solution to bridge the gap between the two itself, right? Where we see quite often when you are reporting, yes, of course, we've given you a number. Guess what? Over the period of time, design change, your project plan changes, and that will have an impact of the numbers that you're going to report. And what happened is that the sustainability team, they have to either manually get that information, update the reports. Why not? We build the digital thread between the two, and with an objective that both of those sides, they can get some actionable insights from the information that they had in hand, either from the field operation or from a sustainability perspective, the corporate team from their goal or the targets that they want to achieve.
Thank you. Who else wants to talk about reporting? Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah? No? Try again. Try.
All right, doesn't work. I would like maybe made one comment just to focus on the optimistic side, right? Because for the customers who might just in the beginning of the journey, it's sound like overwhelming. Okay, too many things, a lot of challenges, the gaps, just in the reporting, right? But first of all, like in our experience, 80% of the information needed for reporting comes from 5 major IT systems, like supply chain management system, the ERP system, HR systems, HSE systems, and so on. If you have more, that's great, right? So again, just to be on the positive side, it's not like a complete impossible task. While you still in this journey face a lot of issues, but it's better to start to understand what's your baseline. And as was mentioned by Hatuna before, there are companies who can help, right, to do the benchmarking, to provide you the right software and automation to do reporting. Or if you want to be more proactive, provide technologies like AI, which could simplify the data analysis and stuff like that.
Thank you. Look, I think it's very interesting, especially when they go into reporting. But I think on the other side, when we talk about corporations and we compare it to financial, let's say, industry in terms of sustainability, my view is that in terms of data collections and all these gadgets that the industry is using, production companies are much more well equipped. They have all these monitor sensors, and in most of the cases, the production itself is hazardous, and there's safety protocols for people health, for for environment health. So there is technically a lot of data already being collected and combined. The question is always, as we started, is how to collect and combine it for the specific task. So when we, again, do collect data for the reporting internally or externally, the question is for Marina, is actually continuation, right? Is actually a reporting as a headache, or is it an opportunity to find some new angles of your operation and become more effective?
I didn't jump on this question. One, I think that first of all, reporting is for me.
You need to come closer then.
I need to come closer. I was trying to not speak on looking to the mic, but I think that reporting for us is you know, it's us taking the commitment and being true to our promises. And I think that, you know, as an industry, we need to be transparent, and we need to show you know, what we are doing in our operations, because in the last few years there is a lot of mistrust, I would say, and this is quite unfortunate because the energy industry, the oil and gas, have been, I would say, powering the progress in the last century. And I think that reporting for me is more than you know, just collecting data. Is really a duty that we all have to do it, to be transparent. But I think that and I think that also it's a great opportunity. This discussion is a great opportunity for us to sit back and to see how we can better design our operation. And I think that Mohammed mentioned about the well construction. We look also to the methane emissions. We look to the flaring. We look to how we can electrify our you know, infrastructure. How we can do the entire field development plans in a much more efficient way. You know, saving CO2, eliminating the CO2. So I think that the entire cycle of our operations today is an opportunity for innovations, for, you know, bringing new technology that can be used. And I would say in SLB, there is a corporate decision that any single new investment in technology need to have a chapter on sustainability. So the board of directors that allocates the money will not pass any project unless have a very clear structure on how much CO2 will be eliminated, and how that projects can help our sustainability you know, vision, either on you know, reducing the emissions, either on, you know, climate or people. So these are very key, I would say, strategic elements that we are implementing today. I agree that probably we are not you know, 100% you know, running the full machine, but there are a lot of effort and a lot of I would say, great projects, including in Kazakhstan, that are I would say, worldwide leading in terms of you know, reducing CO2 emissions, reducing flaring, reducing methane emissions. So I'm really truly believing that it's a great opportunity for all of us to incorporate the entire value chain. And by value chain, I understand government and I understand communities together with the industry, because all together we have our role to play onto this, you know, ESG sustainability, you know, commitment.
Yes. Anyone wants to comment on this?
Sorry, I would add is that I think your question was more around, is that okay, do we see as this an additional work that I have to do, or it's been more, is that okay? So from that perspective, I think, again, we need to educate ourselves that whatever the work that we do that generates a value for me, for the organization, for the community, right? So if we understand that value, we will not complain about the additional work. But at the same time, we need to see how we can offload some of those manual work that need to be carried out using the digital, right? Because we've been hearing about the digital since morning. We need to see how we can help the end user or the sustainability team to make those reports automated rather than somebody manually get those via email, via Excel, and so on, and then manipulate and pass on that information. So we need to see. And one of the classic would be, is that okay? I mean, one of the pillar for this digital transformation is the integration of systems, right? And we know not a single company uses one system, right? So first thing that we need to do is that, okay, how we can integrate those systems, and that will make the end user life much easier.
Absolutely, absolutely. So now we're going to the final question, and it's good, and thank you, Marina, for raising question of value chain, because we talked about the collection of data inside a company, but as we move on, we need to see what's going on outside of the company again. And coming to my initial topic, sustainability and digitalization, it's not about one company, it's about the whole community. And now it comes to the Scope 3 reporting, when company needs actually to collect data from the suppliers on sustainability. And here comes actually a couple of approaches that we see as S&P. First is being I would say, regulator for your suppliers and demand specific data without taking care of the suppliers themselves, just, formal, fill the paper, give me data, I don't kind of care much about you. Second, collect what you can with minimum spend, but try to approximate based on the big data analysis and the industry trends, what can be the sequences that your suppliers produce in terms of sustainability. And third is actually get involved into your community, talk more to your suppliers, clients, and understand how you can invest and help them to be more effective, to produce more. So at the end, on the kind of global scale, on total value chain, you all get more revenue, become more effective, and become more sustainable. So question to Anton, with AI tools, do you see the trends of going to the third approach, or is it a combination of all?
Yeah, thanks, Alexei. I would maybe do a step back and mention that we believe as Baker Hughes that you can achieve your goals and efficiency only in a collaborative mode, not in like being a regulator or force your supply chain to comply. You do to some extent, but in reality, just to give you a couple of examples, our Scope 3 emissions for Baker Hughes represent 90% of the total emissions we do, right? So it's big area. Another example, like last year, we sold 16 turbines. These 16 turbines, the usage of those 16 turbines introduced the spike of 30% of increase of Scope 3 emissions. So it means how your customer use your product also affect how many Scope 3 emissions, how much Scope 3 emissions you produce or quantify, right? So it's impossible to force or kind of be regulator there. So we need to partner, like in this case, with our customer to advise them how to run this product more efficient. Then when we talk about that, obviously AI provides good kind of remedies or maybe recommendations how you can improve it, like to consume less fuel, to run maybe more optimum regime of your product, like turbines or compressor and stuff like that. Talking about the other, maybe next biggest factor in Scope 3 emissions is supply chain. Yes, supply chain, it means your suppliers who sell you goods and services. And you also partner with them and provide maybe lessons learned that you gained during your journey to share like how they can improve their Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions that become Scope 3 for you, right? So that's, again, AI plays a key role because we can leverage the big data analytics. We can find insights from combining very different data sets, right? But it's in a way, it's a journey and it's a collaborative journey.
Thank you. Thank you. So for the sake of time, we're a little bit behind the schedule. So just to kind of summarize what we talk about, what's the opportunities right now on sustainability, and that sustainability and digitalization are extremely interconnected. How we measure our success, Do we see any opportunities, even though we need to report data, and how we measure this success with the reporting, and how we interact with the community, whether it's scope 3, whether it's just people who live next to the production sites, and how we interact with the government to make sure the whole process is effective and productive. So I want to thank you, everyone, especially Heidelin, who's connected from Canada, and Hatunas, who's connected from Europe. Thank you, everyone, for coming, for listening. And we have a break right now, so enjoy your coffee. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dear participants, we'll have a short break and we will start at 11:55. If you want to go outside, if you want to get some coffee or tea, please use this time. And don't forget to come back just in time because we'll start with the next session. Dear participants, we're going to start soon, so you can come to the main hall. Let's welcome our next speaker, Dr. Philip Kleine-Jäger, Senior Partner Core EPAM Strategy Advisory Practice. And he will present his topic, which is about data, energy, and sustainability, a modern gold rush. Let's welcome.
Thank you very much. Right. We already heard a very interesting panel discussion about ESG, about AI, about data. And I want to take a step back and discuss how we actually, or how one usually approaches topics and transformations such as these, because the question arises obviously for everybody in a position to make decisions. Is it a good time to invest now? What do I actually get out of it? Should I look at these topics? Is it just a regulatory concern? Is it mandatory? Or is there actually some business benefit to taking a look at these topics and investing all of that money and energy? And I'd like to start off with some general remarks about how industries usually transform when we look at digital. So what we see when we look at purely digital business models, maybe to start off from the completely different end of the spectrum, is that if you have a fully digital business model, you have zero marginal costs. So opening up one account more on Facebook doesn't cost anything. One more tweet doesn't cost anything. But obviously, those business models have very little to do on the outset with what oil and gas and energy is doing, because it's very physical. And the question is, of course, is it even relevant for us? How do you combine these business models? Is there merit in thinking about it? And the answer is, depends on the maturity of the industry. That's actually a development that we're seeing in every industry. Usually you start out from some product or some service. It's traditional, it's isolated. That's how the businesses or the industry has always worked. And then what starts to happen is that products are getting smarter. And at some point, the products are not only smarter, but they're also connected. And once products or infrastructure gets connected, it gets interesting. Because once you have connectivity, you can connect it to cloud services, and an ecosystem, a digital ecosystem, starts to establish itself. And once that ecosystem starts establishing itself, the digital transformation actually takes off, because all of a sudden, yes, the physical part of it is still a large influencing factor, but it's maybe not, and it's still the most important, because without it, the whole industry wouldn't be there. But it's not central anymore, because all of those connected services are getting more important. And this is true for all of the industries that have already undergone the digital transformation. It's true for automotive, it's true for manufacturing, and it might eventually also be true for energy and oil and gas. And you might ask the question, all right, energy production is maybe decentralizing with all of the shift to renewables. We have more sensor data. We have the ability to remote control a lot of it. So we might see that as a strategic vision, but when's actually a good time to start thinking about making that shift? Is it a good time now? And in our assessment, now is actually a good time, because energy prices are up. There is lots of liquidity. There is lots of regulatory pressure. So you need to move. You have the means to move. Now is the time to look at it. Some of the mega trends that are pervasive in the industry, such as generative AI, that's a really new one the past 2 years or so. But I mean, AI has been around for 50 years. So the really new part of it is only the generative AI part. But you already have a lot of AI algorithms deployed across the industry, upstream, downstream. There's lots of models that work on data. The exploration largely uses trained models as well. So, in one regard, it's not new, but it opens up a lot more possibilities. And more importantly, you can also use it to speed up that transformational change. Because what we see in other industries is that you can actually use the generative AI to reduce the development effort. Writing a user story, if you want to implement something, that's, generative AI is perfectly able to do that. So when you thought about making a change in software 10 years ago, and let's say you needed to invest 50 man days to make a small change, you can actually reduce that significantly, 50% and even more. So, you get change faster by using that new technologies. The trend to go to renewable energy and the necessity of taking a look at ESG reporting, ESG data, that's something that drives the industry a lot at the moment. And that's also something where we feel a lot of the new technologies can actually help make that transformation faster. Because when you look at all of these in isolation, they require a lot of investment. But taking a look at the combination of some of these actually makes it cheaper and more achievable, because you can do a lot of the reporting using generative AI, for example. And then there's the platform models. And that's something that's also interesting, because a lot of these, when you think about reporting, when you think about all of those data platforms, what we've seen in other industries and what we've actually discussed with national competent authorities, so the regulators, is that this can actually constitute not an additional burden on organizations and companies. It can actually be a differentiating factor in making it more attractive to put business in a certain regulation if the regulation is such that it's easier to report. What do I mean? Well, when you consider the ESG reporting, a lot of you probably think, A, it's boring, B, we have to do it because it's mandatory. But what about, and it's not market differentiating, right? Everybody has to do it. So what about if you outsource it? And for example, the state does it, or one industry service provider does it. If you're able to do that, and if you have that technical platform, then you've outsourced something everybody needs to do. It's not differentiating, but you can actually build additional business models because on top of these databases, because all of the data is standardized, it's easy to work with, and it doesn't constitute a burden anymore. It constitutes an additional possibility to build additional business models on top. The digital asset management and the digital twin have been around for a long time as well. They also necessitate all of that data, and getting to structured data is a hard problem to solve. That's something where AI can also help a lot, because that is one of the prime use cases of using AI is making structured data out of unstructured data. That's something where AI can also help. All right, so how do you actually approach a transformation such as this? The misconception that usually is at the beginning of the digital transformation is that you just take the processes, you somehow try to automate them, and then at the end, you have a digital business model. But that's actually, I mean, that's the naive way of trying to approach this, because yes, you can maybe increase efficiency of some processes a little bit, but that's not what should be the driving factor of an industry transformation such as this. It's trying to get the same output with completely new ways of thinking. And what this means is that you should take a look at all of the business functionalities and capabilities that you need in order to achieve the same output, and think about how can you reinvent these with technological means. Just an example from another industry, both banking as well as telco, for example, they were able to increase their business efficiency a lot by providing self-service portals for all of their customers. And all of a sudden, they didn't need huge back offices anymore. Plus, it actually constituted a way better interaction of the customers with the companies, because they could just do what they needed to do themselves and be done in a few minutes. And that's what digital transformation can also be about. Reinventing the way that you do business in order to provide better services. And it doesn't need to be at the expense of your business model. sometimes it actually improves and it's a win-win scenario for everybody. But that obviously means needing to go beyond simply automating a few processes. And then there are completely digital business models, some of which are also interesting and probably relevant in the future for the energy business. If you consider some of the regulatory changes that are going on in Western Europe, for example, regulation is currently being passed of being able to deploy renewable energy generation infrastructure on top of retail as well as corporate real estate, and then selling that energy. And all of a sudden, you have the possibility of building a completely digital business model because the assets can be owned by retail or corporates. And it's more about providing that platform of being able to trade the energy than having to produce it yourself. So basically, you use all of the assets that are already available in the market, and all of a sudden, you have a fully digital business model in energy. Is it relevant for every application? Do you get to a digital business model everywhere? Of course not, but it's just one example that it is also relevant in energy. And there are a lot of difficult challenges to solve because when you want to go through that transformation, it means that you need to go through all of the echelons of your organization. You need to change some technological challenges. Those are usually easy because, I mean, automating a process, if you have the right people or if you partner up with the right companies, it's more or less easy. Organizational change is usually a lot more difficult because you need to change how your organization works in order to really leverage all of the possibilities that the technology provides. I mean, the back office people in banking didn't like it when self-service portals were installed. And the C-level responsible for back office operations and for the COO, he also didn't like it because he lost half of his headcount. So all of a sudden, less important in the organization. Those are difficult challenges to solve because all of a sudden, you are mixing organizational and power play questions with questions of technology. And those require some political maneuvering as well. Then, this all doesn't happen within a vacuum. Sometimes there's market and regulatory drivers as well that determine how you need to approach this. And if you want to or if you want to have a successful transformation, you need to consider all of these levels because else you're only getting halfway. So what does this mean for you? Well, I think in the beginning, it means having to understand what the technological landscape currently looks like and where it's heading on the one hand. On the other hand, it's also reflecting what this means for you as an organization. Where do you stand? What do you consider your universal selling points? And where do you want to be a few years from now? And what you cannot influence is how the technology develops. I mean, Moore's law, it's called a law for a reason, even though it really isn't. But, technological developments, they happen whether you want them to or not. That's not something that you can influence. What you can influence, however, is your organizational adoption of technology and how you deal with it. And depending on how aggressive you're trying to leverage and what your current position also is, you should probably take a measured approach to technological adaptation. Because if you're an established player, an incumbent, you're already leading the market, you don't want to take on immense risks because you would just be putting your established business model at risk. So somebody that is a big player in the market already probably will not want to adopt a shape or an attack scenario for their overall business strategy. There might be a few speedboats where you try all of these things out, but it always depends on your current market position, your strategy, which of these approaches you should take. And just to give some examples, ignore can also be a good scenario or the right scenario for you. If you've got an established business model, you know it's ending. Good examples, for example, good examples are a few media industries, newspapers. their volume is declining. There's nothing they can do because the business model is just going away because everybody's reading the news online. So it doesn't make a lot of sense for them to invest. They can milk their business scenario for as long as it's possible, but they really need to reinvent a new business model. So ignore is a good scenario for them. It's also, companies like BlackBerry, they have a huge IP base. They're still making money from this, but they are not defining where the market moves anymore. But then there are others like SpaceX, who opened up completely new markets that simply didn't exist before. But they went there from a position of ignominy, right? So that they had nothing before, which is why they took all of that risk. They got the money, they invested it, and now there is a market for these, for landing rockets and for all of these satellites. And everything in between is also can be a viable option. It really depends on where you are and where you want to go. And depending on the scenario that or the approach that you're taking, you should probably also take a look at various dimensions that need to be aligned to the technology adoption that you want to take. So if you want to shape the market, you should probably not have a culture of risk avoidance, because that's not going to get you very far. On the other hand, if you want to shape the market, you might want to reach out and be more collaborative than trying to do everything in isolation. And so this needs to be a measured approach, dependent on where you are at the moment, depending on where you want to be, and more importantly, your organization needs to keep track with all of these changes. And what I mean by that is sometimes you want to, or some of the mistakes that some companies did on the route to that digital transformation was that they said, okay, we are a bank, we're an automotive provider, but we want to become like big tech. And they went agile everywhere. And it doesn't make sense because building a car is in a lot of instances different from building software. So if you simply want to adopt everything that somebody else has done, that may not work for you. So it sometimes makes sense, especially because, how you got to the position that you're in is path dependent, to keep what you have and rather look at what fits for you. Yes, you may need to, or you will need to develop a lot more software in the future. Does that mean that all of your organization needs to change? The answer could be yes, but more probably it's in parts. Sometimes you need to partner up, and sometimes you need to change small parts of the organization. Don't take a blanket approach. That usually doesn't work. And how you would usually approach these, I mean, everybody tries to sell you great products. They have AI in, a lot of technological advantages. I think, this is what we usually do when we help our clients is we take a look at the strategy. Where are they? Where do they want to be? We take a look at their target operating or their operating model and their target operating model. Where are they? Where does it make sense given the strategic goals to adopt new technology, and where does it make sense to maybe wait and let it mature? And then we help define a new target operating model. And once you have that, then you can rationalize all of the investment, you can put it on a timeline, and you can actually get to implementing it later. But it's really making sure that when you look at technology, sometimes it's isolated. Simply switching out infrastructure A versus infrastructure B because it's more efficient makes sense. But if you're looking for that full digital transformation, there is a lot more potential there where a more measured approach will be necessary. All right, and with that, I'd like to stop my presentation, and I'll happily take any questions that you may have. And if there are none, I will also happily see you in the next coffee break, and I'm happy to exchange ideas. Thank you very much.
Let's welcome our next speaker, Nathan Emery, Vice President, SMP Global, And the name of presentation, National Data Repository, Leveraging LIS Technology to Accelerate Commercial Development of Regional Hydrocarbons. Let's welcome our speaker.
Thank you, and hello again, everybody. So my talk today is going into a bit more of the specifics, a bit more of the details, and completely agree with a lot of what Dr. Philip mentioned in the previous talk. From that angle around digitalization, this is talking more about the platform approach, but not only from a technology perspective, but what applying technology can do to help to generate growth and investment in a particular area. So first up, what is a National Data Repository or an NDR? And there are many different views on what an NDR, what it should achieve. But if we break that down, I really think of an NDR as being a centralized ecosystem that performs a number of functions, but primarily to store, manage, and provide access to a wide range of geoscientific and subsoil data related to a country's resources. If we go down into the individual constituent parts, each of these components have historically potentially lived in isolation, but bringing them all together within an NDR can provide a lot of efficiency. So data collection, data, as we know, comes from a number of different sources. These could be E&P companies, government agencies, stakeholders across the industry, and cover a variety of different data sets, such as geological, geophysical, in many different formats. We're thinking seismic, well logs, structured data, unstructured data. Data management is a core component of any national data repository. So this is the ability to organize and manage in a structured and standardized way and make that data accessible and searchable to the user community. Data preservation is key, so preserving that historical data, ensuring its long-term availability, even beyond the life cycle of the underlying asset. Data access is key, and this data at a national level is of high value, ensuring that there's controlled access to receive information. Often the data is regulated, so putting the control mechanisms in place to ensure only the right people have access to the right data. Data sharing, so the ability to create a collaboration environment which brings together the government agencies, the regulators, the E&P companies, industry, research, academia, and so on, but in a way, again, that is controlled and can help fuel collaboration and research initiatives. Geoscientific research, so the ability to allow researchers and geoscientists to analyze geodata and to understand truly a country's subsoil and petroleum or hydrocarbons potential. And then regulatory compliance. So an NDR, if deployed correctly, gives the ability to truly implement compliance, regulatory rules, and so on, as related to data as an asset for a country. And then finally, decision support. So by making governments, policymakers, industry stakeholders, access to this data helps to fuel those decisions, particularly around exploration, environmental impact studies, and so on and so forth. So ultimately, in summary, the primary purpose of the NDR is to collect, govern, organize, and distribute data. So then some of the benefits of an NDR, when managed and accessible data is available, it can really help to stimulate external or foreign investment and also reduce that time of production to new raw materials. And there are a number of key elements that apply to this. So primarily accessibility. So making that data available to the global community in what is now a truly digital age. This enables investors, interested parties to drastically reduce the time to value. Data quality. So by improving data quality, creating trust around the data, complete data will also reduce the risk of utilizing that data in decision-making processes and therefore making bad decisions. The ability to automate workflows can bring significant efficiencies. It's important to identify which of those workflows are suitable for automation, but it can make the NDR a lot more efficient, reduce the operational burden on the regulator, on the government entity, but also reduce that time in terms of making data available to the community. Virtual data rooms are a key element, so the ability to have a secure environment where data can be provisioned for analytics or investment decision purposes in a controlled environment, packaged easily to be consumed and able to be accessed across the web or from various locations around the world. Now, when it comes to technology, I think it's really important. We've seen historically technologies become end of life, probably sooner than anticipated. So the ability to invest in technologies that are following the technological advances to ensure the NDR does not become outdated, does not become obsolete. And we're going to hear some talks later today and I think into tomorrow about OSDU. So I won't attempt to fully address OSDU here, but I think as we see the trends across the industry with more of a drive to unified platforms, unified models, unified ways of collaborating, it's really important when looking to the future that any systems have that view or that interoperability with OSDU. And then lastly, by reducing those barriers to entry, we've seen across various countries that gives the ability to increase external investment. But it's not easy, right, to create a national data repository. The nature of data in oil and gas or in resources in general is that it's not easy. So if we break down a couple of these different areas, if we think about data, the sheer quantity of data that is owned by countries, by governments is vast. And we're typically talking many petabytes of data. Energy data, subsoil data is different to what many industries see as data. It's three-dimensional, it's spatial. We have very diverse formats. We're talking about seismic data. Lots of these data sets aren't necessarily designed to talk to one another. So there's a large consideration has to be made around the data itself. Security. So this data is a national asset, and more and more we've seen the industry come under increasing attacks from cyber. I think a good example is the experience that Brazil had back in October of 2022, where the National Data Repository came under cyber attack. So I think we have to remain ever aware and put as many controls in place as we can to protect data as an asset in that space. Again, we talked about automation. I think when we look at a number of the companies that we work with, they're at various stages around the automation maturity cycle. But I think in many cases, there's abilities to increase automation, and particularly when thinking about an NDR, when there are so many different players, so many different handoffs of data between different organizations, and equally, so many different purposes for the same data. Visualization of this data, I think the ability to enable users to very quickly get into the data, understand the data, analyze the data, visualize the data, and use that data to form business decisions. Accessibility, we've talked about. It's often a large burden on the regulators to manage accessibility to the industry, ensuring that the data is only going to the right people, but also in a non-digital world, when we're talking about these large data sets, how do we disseminate this information to those consumers? And then governance. I think in any digitalization program, particularly around a national data repository, is how do you leverage data governance to improve the quality of the data, to build more trust in that data, given the importance of the decisions made off the back of it. And I think when you're looking at international investment or external investment, there's some other factors. There are often a minimal local presence for potential international investors. So how do you ensure that they have access to the information? And I think when we look historically, and we talk about data rooms, in the pre-COVID world, a data room was an invitation to executives from various potential suitors, where everyone would come together and it'd be a physical get-together. Post-COVID or during COVID, that was no longer possible. So the need to accelerate virtual data rooms, remote access to information has increased, and we don't see that going away. We don't really see that return to that physical kind of showroom type activity. And then also done correctly, it increases that collaboration between the different parties. So one particular area that we see is around kind of information sharing beyond the data itself. So by having a portal, by having interaction with the parties involved, you have the ability to maintain more frequent communication. So notifications of information, when data is available, when licensing rounds are coming around, information related to the hydrocarbons that may also help to attract investment. And when we look at Kazakhstan, actually one of the interesting facts I learned earlier in this week is that every element of the periodic table can be found in Kazakhstan. So we know Kazakhstan is an incredibly resource-rich environment, ranking very highly in terms of available hydrocarbons in both oil and gas, but also as we see nuclear take its role in the renewable journey, the increase in demand, the increase in pricing around uranium, and the significant role that Kazakhstan has to play. So Kazakhstan on a wealth of natural resources, on a wealth of data. And I think really interesting to hear some of the talks earlier from Minister of Digital and just plans around digitalizing the economy. So I think there's a lot of opportunities to continue that growth with the external community. And an NDR done correctly can really be that glue between both the national and the international community. So by providing a common platform and dissemination of information amongst all of those players as it relates to wells data, seismic data, geological reports, maps, the list really does go on, really opens the opportunity for greater transparency, greater collaboration across all industry participants, which I think is only good for development of a market. And then when we think about operators, and this is both national operators, it's international operators as well, by having this key central platform digitalization strategy, it does provide a lot of benefits. I mean, that ability in real time, on demand, to be able to access the latest data, make sure that that's served up in a way that it can be consumed by the applications that people are using in everyday life. This isn't just a physical delivery of or a dump of data. It's how do we make that operational? How do we get to that decision point quicker and faster? We talked about virtual data rooms already, so I think a really key component of a national data repository, that ability to create views around the licensing round, promoted areas, with the highest quality data, with information related to that data, with documents supporting the information, but also with a GG&E focus or a GG&E view on that as well, so that information or decisions can be driven very quickly. Talked about notifications, data quality. I also think self-reporting is a really important factor. So with a lot of the government agencies across the world that we talk to, there is still a lot of inconsistency in the way that data is provided to agencies. This creates overhead on the agencies. It increases the risk of error. So by providing a portal out to the operators, out to producers of data, we can automate a lot of the distribution of data from a self-reporting perspective, but also move that data quality process earlier in the pipeline. So the idea is to be able to really validate data at the point of ingestion versus further down the value chain, perhaps even at the point of consumption by an end user, eliminating a lot of those risks, again, creating trust around that data. And the result of all of these is really just to reduce that time to commercial decisions. So better access to better data in the way you need to receive it is going to reduce that time to decision. And we've seen some great examples of this. If we look at just some data here around the OGA in the UK. So again, the OGA went through a process a few years ago of updating their NDR technology. And we've seen that this has driven a lot more interaction around licensing rounds. It's also had a key role to play in actually launching some licenses around some of the sustainability initiatives. So we can see some of the carbon storage licenses that were issued, again, via an NDR, taking this type of approach, issuing this data to those registered public or registered corporate or public entities, and driving that, intensifying that interest in what's available. So if we look at kind of a future state, so just kind of a bit of a drill down here on what we see as kind of key components around that. And on the left, this really is kind of a left to right process here. We talked about those data sources, lots of different participants in the industry, lots of data residing in lots of different locations, applications, formats, structures within proprietary applications, vendor applications. So it's important to streamline that process of bringing that data in by taking more of a holistic, data agnostic, source agnostic approach to bringing that data in. But also the ability to then capture information that may be of value from the broader industry. So this can become a real information hub for those consumers of the data. We bring that data in, the data comes in a variety of formats, so there needs to be quite a bit of normalization around that data. But as normalization occurs, it's important to not lose track of what was changed, why it was changed, and who changed that. And again, make that information or that metadata available to users, thereby increasing the trust in the underlying data itself. For end users, it's all about the visualization, the data discovery. So how do you streamline the approach of people getting to the most relevant data in the easiest way? The analogy of the fewest clicks possible, serving up templates to truly represent the data in its most accurate form. And then beyond that, getting the data into the community, again, via all of the permissionings and things like that, but feeding data into the analytics tools, making it available in the virtual data rooms, making it available to industry in formats that they understand and wish to consume. And underpinning this, it comes back to a lot of the fundamentals of data management and data governance. So again, I mentioned earlier, security, the immense amount of value which is tied into national data, making sure that that's protected. But by having these processes in place, making sure that we're not being overprotective and that we're still commercializing or distributing this data to those who really need it. Governance covers across all of the processes. It can help both on the ingestion, the management of the data, and then the dissemination of that data. Looking at industry standards, how can we work with OSDU? How can we work with our members, our industry participants to make sure we're delivering it in the right format? And then also the appreciation that a lot of this data goes into the traditional GG&E tools. So how do we streamline that process? So I mentioned today, and we're going to do a demonstration a little bit later today. So kind of S&P Global, and as I mentioned, I represent the EDM for Energy business, the enterprise data management business. We've actually partnered with Osaki, who you may know. Osaki are the NDR, or the technology behind the NDR in the UK for the OGA. And then EPAM, as you will all be familiar with, sort of our partner here in Kazakhstan and across a number of different regions. So what we've tried to do is really take best of breed across technologies and people to work with governments around delivery of an NDR solution. Here are just some examples. I talked a lot about the visualization. I think this is where there have been challenges in the past, certainly in the old model of receiving tapes of files and so on. How do we make data available and consumable in an easy way? And this, again, this could be operators, these could be various government agencies, this could be academia. The list really goes on and on. When you create the governance and the control mechanisms, it potentially opens up more avenues for distribution. But this is just an example here where we talk about the combination of different ways of viewing data. So again, we're going to go through a demonstration a bit later today, but the notification in real time of events that are coming, information on data that's available, representation of information on the map, and then the ability to drill down. I think as we look at NDRs as being a kind of a global community driver, it's important as well to have the appreciation for multi-language support. So here, I think we're looking, can't see too well from this angle, but I think in English here, we can show how data could be represented in Kazakh. We can show how data can be represented in Russian. So again, using newer technologies, we're able to do this seamlessly so that we can truly interoperate with the global community. And then once data is provided, and I talked earlier about creating a portal for operators or industry participants to submit data. Again, often this has been a manual process. This might be sending Excel sheets. This might be sending documents and so on. But the process is really about consuming that data in whatever formats it's provided, but then also making that data viewable, as I mentioned earlier. So again, here, the ability to drill down into very energy-specific data types, view the data, shape the data as required for your purposes. And then the virtual data room, just an example screen here of a virtual data room where you have the ability to go in and look at data sets that have been accumulated in an intelligent fashion to make sure you have a subset of data to allow you to go in and do an opportunity assessment. So again, rather than having to go out and find data, go through the process of tying it all together, the ability as a government agency or any organization with licensing rounds and so on to start to collate this information in a way that decisions or investment decisions can be made. So we will be doing a demonstration a bit later today, around somewhere between 3 o'clock and 3:30. We'd be happy to share some of our experiences with you, but equally also very happy to answer any questions anyone may have about national data repositories or an approach to applying technology to the challenge.
If you have any questions, just raise your hand and I will come to you. Okay.
So first of all, I would like to express my gratitude for allowing me this possibility for addressing you, Mr. Amory. I can't help but notice that this national data repository you've been showing us in this presentation is strikingly similar to the Munai platform that is being recently developed by our Situational Analysis Center. Are you collaborating, or are they using such experience in developing this platform for our country?
So I think, firstly, I think there are some approaches, some common approaches to the problem. I'm not entirely familiar with the products being created at the moment. We are in conversations with many of our partners at the event today, and I think everybody is on various stages of the maturity cycle in terms of developing these products, from organizations that have a full national data repository to the other end of the scale, which is really a collection of data in database and file structures. So I'm interested to learn more about the position of the current solution, and if there are any areas that we can help with.
So this system of program is currently shown at the TV right there. This Munai, what I'm talking about. And being a member of the company that invests in oil and gas welling, so production, there may be a possibility in the future that there may be the developing of sub-platforms with companies that work on the behalf of the country, especially our country right now, Kazakhstan. And I would be glad to be myself as the young specialist to be. Right now, I just wanted to thank you for showing us this presentation. I can't help but be inspired by all this. So that's pretty much all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And again, appreciate the collaboration. I think it's already proving the event this week to open a lot of opportunities for vendors like ourselves and the industry to collaborate.
Any other questions?
Hello, Marat Kuatov, TCO. First of all, really appreciate the share. It was really interesting to learn more about the NDR. I haven't heard about it before, but I guess it was great to go through the some benefits you stated for the country from using it. Actually, I have a few questions, but probably the technical I'll keep for the demonstration on the different accounting system, the international ones, the ones they used in Kazakhstan, and how we translate in between that. But just wanted to clarify, who are the consumers of the NDR? And the second one, maybe I've missed that. Are there already the Kazakhstan integration plans? What's the state, or what's the plan forward? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So currently, we do not support the Kazakh NDR. So this is a solution that we provide on a global basis. Again, we are looking at future ways to partner. From the technology perspective, we'd be happy to go through those questions with you when we do the demonstration a bit later today. And sorry, the first part of your question? Oh, the consumers. Yeah, so the consumers can be defined by the government agency. So consumers could range from research and academia. It could be operators. It could be distribution of data through different ministries within the government, but also information that's going back to operators, or it could be information going to midstream, even downstream. So a lot of that user definition is flexible within the system. We're actually going to touch on a couple of different user types when we go through a demonstration a bit later today.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Nathan.
Thank you.
It was a great presentation. Let's welcome our next speaker, Ryan Jarvis from Rock Energy. And the name of presentation, Introduction to OSDU.
Thank you very much. First of all, I have to give a lot of credit to all of you who have come from all over the world to be here in Kazakhstan this week. Incredible opportunity for all of us to collaborate. And you're going to hear that mentioned many times during this summit. Collaboration, collaboration, collaboration. This is how we get things done in the new world. Kudos to those organizers. So EPAM, S&P Global, and the Energy Ministry, thank you for hosting. It really is a lot of effort, even down to the translators who are in the booths. Thank you so much for all that you do to make this successful. Now, one of my favorite things is to engage the audience. So if you're out there, feel free to contribute and engage. The first thing I want to do is ask a question. I want to ask each of you, how many of you, by raise of hands, want to change the way you work with data? Raise your hand if you want to change. Okay, now, if you want to radically change the way you deal with data, raise your hand now. Okay, great. So those of you who have raised your hands, I want you to consider for a moment how you want to change the future, because perhaps we can change the future together. Now, my name is Ryan Jarvis. I have been in the energy industry over 20 years, all working for ExxonMobil. And the first half of my career, I spent working as a computational scientist. So working on the computer science side of ExxonMobil, setting up their infrastructure, their PKI environment to do network security and cross-platform authentication systems. I helped the development of mPower, which was basically a reservoir simulation for many years. And then I got stuck realizing how much I love rocks. And I went back to school and got a master's degree in geoscience and became a geoscientist at ExxonMobil. And I loved it. It was fantastic, searching for hydrocarbons all around the world. We worked in Argentina, Brazil, and Gulf of Mexico, finding the new and next plays in exploration. Now, the last 3 years at ExxonMobil, I've had the wonderful opportunity of working with the industry. So I was a subsurface data strategy advisor for ExxonMobil, leading the vision, the strategy, and the roadmap for the digital transformation of the upstream. And during that time, I gladly supported and backed OSDU. And we're going to learn a little bit more about that today. I've been privileged to give kind of an overview of OSDU for you today. Now, 2 weeks ago, I left ExxonMobil and I started my own company, Rock Energy. Why did I do that? Well, I realized how much fun it is to collaborate and to help operators basically realize billions of dollars of value through the digital transformation. So many opportunities. So I wanted to be in the game. And so that's why I'm here. I came to Kazakhstan to help you make sure that when you do your digital transformation, you can accelerate the things that are most valuable. Anyway, very, very important. Now, there is a tsunami of data coming at us, almost from every direction. We've got fiber optics down boreholes, and we've got 4D seismic monitoring capable of producing 800 gigabits per second. That's 6 terabytes per minute. How in the world are we going to handle all of that new data, let alone all the existing data that we already have? So it's critical that we do this together. The entire energy industry's future success depends on our ability to more fully leverage the tremendous untapped potential of our vast data. And it really depends on us. As we collaborate and lead in the space of what the digital transformation can be, we can realize the benefits. So I have 3 things I want to share with you today. The first is how we maximize value and sustainability through industry collaboration. We can get a lot done by working together. The second thing I want to share is OSDU. How does that make a difference? Why do we need to be a part of it? And then finally, I will invite all of you to join us. Join us in the vision of what we can do in the future. Now, I don't have this slide. Maybe it's here. Wonderful. So I don't know how many of you are familiar, but back in 1860 in the United States of America, there was a group of folks that decided that they had a great idea. It took 30 days or more to get mail from one side of the United States to the other. So from New York to California, you would pay 2 cents and your mail would get there a month later. The Pony Express was created because they said, we need messages to go faster. We can guarantee you can get it in 10 days. So what do? They charged 250 times the amount. So from 2 cents, they charged $5 for one letter. But you'd be guaranteed that that letter would get where it needed to be in 10 days. What an incredible model. But as you look at the model, consider all of the locations that are on this map. This looks much like many of our workflows. We have so many different locations and handovers across many people. So at the time, they decided to accelerate this journey by using horsemen, very talented horsemen that would carry the messages between town and town, and they would relay the messages to another horseman. And this has gone on for many, many years. Now, what's incredible about this story is we're about ready to do the same thing again, but with a digital transformation. This is what it looks like today. We've got all these handoffs of data, and we basically hand off all of our data and our workflows between each of the groups, but we can do better. We don't have to wait 10 days anymore, and we don't have to pay 250 times as much. We have an opportunity to change the way we work. So what is this opportunity? In speaking with many operators, Shell, Total, BP, Chevron, and others, we have come to find that there are 10 distinct motivations for why operators want to move to the cloud and want to use OSDU. I'm going to go through these with you, maybe the top 5 for sure, but I want you to realize that the digital transformation has already begun. OSDU stands for the Open Subsurface Data Universe, but now they don't even say that anymore because they've included surface. And so it's even bigger than it was when it started. And one of the cool features about it is it's open. It's open source. It's vendor agnostic. And it basically is in the cloud or on-prem, but it's basically, it's much more than just standards and definitions. It's real code. It's a code base that's being shared across the operators. Now, you may not realize this, but historically, operators have developed their own. They decided, I'm going to build my own data model. It'll be proprietary. Nobody else will be able to use it, and I'll build it in my company. And they did that. But one of the major problems or issues with that is it costs a lot of money to build your own data model and to support it. And then all the connectors, you have to connect every single application and tool to your data model that's proprietary. It's unsustainable. Then when you think about how many times that you copy or move data, you don't just have one copy. There are literally thousands of copies of the data that you have to try to manage and govern across multiple applications and tools. So the number one reason that companies, especially the operators, want OSDU is to maximize business value. They see the optimization of the data supply chain. So as you look at that big path that the Pony Express took, each of us have big paths that we have to take in order to get things done. Now, if you don't have to, it's a physics question, right? If you don't have to move or copy data, can you do things faster? Yes. So cycle time reductions, you can reduce by 83%, saving more time for the engineers and the geoscientists to be able to do their work. That value can be in the billions of dollars for each operator. And across the industry, it may even get as high as hundreds of billions of dollars. So it really is a huge opportunity for all of us. Now, it's not just about business value. The number one reason why they want this business value is to make better business decisions. But they don't want their business decisions stuck in one application or tool, because that's where they are today. They're in some disparate application or tool. We need it with the data. So the metadata that goes with the data has become just as important as the data itself. And I am the responsible party in OSDU. I lead a committee called the Business Decisions Committee of Core Concepts. I work with Shell and Equinor and Chevron and BP, and we have been trying to determine what data model we want to capture business decisions. Because if we can capture these business decisions in the platform, then any application or tool can see them and can interact with them. Now, this brings me to the next point, which is simplified governance. There are a lot of applications and tools out there. Today, each of them needs their own copy of data. We want the Netflix model. We want to stream data from the cloud or from our platform into any of the applications. But this is the kicker. This is really exciting because instead of putting all the burden on the people and the manual processes, we're going to try to contractually obligate data providers and application providers. We want them to honor the standards and definitions of OSDU, but also if they are putting data in the platform, we want it directly delivered. So this changes the way data is delivered. No longer do you get the Amazon, data at the doorstep in a box. You actually will be able to take the data and have it directly delivered to your cloud, properly formatted, ready to use in the applications. This can optimize your data supply chain. So critical simplified governance comes when we can have data governance roles in the cloud that allows anyone to see the data and specific people to stamp the data with trust. So the next item is trusted data. As part of the champions within OSDU, we created something called technical assurance. Technical assurance helps us define trusted data. It's what was missing from many of the cloud platforms in the past. Historically, many of the cloud platforms were called the data lake, right? Everyone puts your data in the lake. Well, the lake became a swamp because the data was hard to know which was good, which was bad. It was just your data moved, lifted and shifted from where it was into the cloud. We needed something better. So trusted data allows you to distinguish which data is good and how it can be trusted. There are three things that trusted data needs. Number one, trusted data needs an identity so that you don't have duplicate data. So an identity is needed. Number two, trusted data needs to have a history. You need to know where it came from. Even today, many of our geoscientists and engineers, they'll look at the data and they don't want to use it because they don't trust it. They don't know where it came from. So trust requires that you know where the data came from. OSDU provides a lot of the opportunity for metadata to be stored with the data so that you know where it came from. And every single time it's updated, the versioning of that data is captured. So you can track where it was a year ago and where it is today. Finally, technical assurance, it helps us set the purpose of the data. That the data actually has a purpose. And SMEs or subject matter experts, they can come in and say, I trust this data. These are the 5 seismic volumes that you can use for DHI analysis. So now you don't have to look over 50 or 100. You can go just to the 5 that you need and get your workflow done. How does this help artificial intelligence? It helps in a big way because all of the metadata will be stored in the system so that AI tools, even augmented AI, can access the trusted data. And this is all to tie collections of trusted data, which may be heterogeneous. There may be well data, there may be production data, there may be seismic data. You can get collections of data and say, this is the collection of data that was used to make this business decision. And now your companies will have line of sight to the data that helps them make better business decisions. So like has been said by Philip and by Nathan and others, as we get this ecosystem built and all the applications are compatible, usability is now no longer a problem because people don't have to move or copy data anymore. They can just do their work. So it's much more than just data and definitions. This is the new way of working that we can do together as an industry. And Kazakhstan can lead in the industry on what good looks like. So can you still compete in this world? Yes, absolutely you can still compete. OSDU is built so that all of the structures, the framework is shared. This is so a regulatory body like the government, they can require that the data is delivered to them. Well, instead of spending 6 months and many people's effort to gather the files and to give them to the government, you can just give them entitlements to your cloud, and the government can access the data anytime they want. That changes the way that they access data. So this fundamental underpinning of OSDU providing a platform of standards and best practices is critical. And that's what we can all build together. Now, your data is proprietary. Your data and your workflows may be something that you want to keep a secret, or it's something that gives you a competitive advantage. OSDU allows you to operate that competitive advantage on top of the standards. So you don't have to give everyone your data when you go to OSDU. I think I heard one of the questions yesterday was, if I go to OSDU, does that mean everyone can see my data? No, that's not true. It's secure. It has all the best technologies of how we secure data so that you can keep it the way you want to keep it and only share it with those who you want to share it with. Now, is this a new thing? No, it's not new. OSDU has been around for a while. In 2018, 8 operators got together and decided that it was ridiculous that they were doing it on their own, that they should just share their data models. And it was Shell that was really leading the case, and they donated their entire subsurface data model and said, here's our data model, build upon it. We don't want to maintain it. We don't want to sustain it anymore. We want to work with the industry. All the other operators realized that this was the next wave. We had to become more sustainable, able to allow the industry to help us support our abilities. If we did that all in-house, it would be too expensive. So OSDU helps us share costs for this data foundation. That is critical. So just imagine for a moment, and I'm going to give you fake numbers, but imagine for a moment that if you were to do this internally, it would cost you $4 billion. That's a lot of money, but you could get OSDU built inside your own company, but it would be just basically proprietary. Now, if you do this as an industry, how much do you think it would cost to be able to have the exact same thing, but now shared across operators? I would think it'd be much, much less. In fact, maybe in the millions to hundreds of millions of dollars rather than in the billions. This is very enticing for the operators that they can basically invest a small portion, but get a huge amount of benefit. So consider that. Now, it's not just about data. It's about the metadata tracked across the entire life cycle of the data. Everything is immutable, meaning once you put it into OSDU, it's in there for good. You can get new versions of it. So like many application developers with source control, OSDU is source control for all of the data. You can see the history, you can understand where it's been, and you can enrich it. So this is just a view that OSDU data intends to come directly from the data providers, and here we even have applications, and capturing all of the different pieces that are part of your workflows, even to the end, so that you can access the data and know where it is. It makes it much more discoverable that way. So who's involved with OSDU? There's over 224 companies right now today that are members of OSDU. This is fantastic. We want more. So the opportunity is for all of us to look at how we can become involved. Now, many of these companies are just joining so they can see. They're just joining so that they can take a look. They're not in the meetings very often, but they're there because they know at some point they need to jump in, and they want to know when to jump. So even if you're not in OSDU and you don't have plans to be big contributors in OSDU and helping with the data definitions, you can still become a member and listen and hear when you need to jump. that would be best for your companies. Finally, how do you sign up? So Rock Energy, the company I represent, we are the latest members of OSDU. We became members last week. So I know how it's done. All you have to do is you contact Mike Hickey. Mike Hickey is the open group president, so he can help you get to become a member. So this is his information, mhickey@opengroup.org, or you can visit the osduforum.org. I actually signed up online. So I went to the OSDU forum and they had a form and I filled it out. I submitted it and I paid some money and then they let me become a member. Very easy process. Finally, how do you contact me? Now that I don't work for ExxonMobil anymore, I'm making myself available, especially to operators and other companies that need to understand how to leverage OSDU and when to jump. So if you want to come into OSDU and you have questions, feel free to reach out to me. This is my contact information. You're welcome to contact me anytime. And I'd be happy to answer any of your questions. Thank you very much.
As we did before, if you have any questions, just raise your hand and I will come to you.
Come on. Anybody? There we go.
Hello, Lorraine. Thank you for this speech. Great speech indeed. My name is Salamat. I'm from DirectNet company. Actually, lots of things that you say resonates with me, with us, with our company. For example, you mentioned about the trust of the data. Yeah, that's the area where we focus on. We focus on production data, and this metadata that you mentioned is very important indeed. Why? Because you have to assess trustability of the data, and so we providing the digested data, we provide also uncertainty with it. Yeah, so that businesses could make good decisions on. So, but lots of great things said. Yeah, I just wanted to ask. Yeah, we are facing challenges. For example, explaining the importance of this kind of data quality, and I wanted you to share what is the success in explaining this kind of things. Do people accept it immediately, or you have to do some narrative? Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question. I think it's really important for everyone to understand that everyone cares about the data quality. But data quality has been done so many different ways. So having standards about what the data quality looks like in a system-wide approach is what OSDU can do for us. So many people who have been involved in data quality, there's some great vendors and companies that have done a lot to help us distinguish data quality, even using AI to understand, what are the limits and the ranges for certain values that they should be in. And if they're outside of that range, it'll be flagged. So even Nathan has been able to demonstrate how even in his solution, there's opportunities to understand the data quality. We want to make sure that if you have data quality information, it's put in with the data. It's not stuck in some tool. Really important is there are data providers. So these are for seismic acquisition, CGG, TGS, SLB. There are providers of seismic data that we're working with to ensure that they can deliver directly into the cloud. But it's not just the SegWi or the ZGY file. We want all the metadata. We want the quality because they do their own quality assessments of that data, but usually they get to keep it and we only get the file. Well, in the future, we want everything. We want to be able to capture all of the good metadata, the quality assessments that were done. We want to understand what happened to the data to get it to where it was, and the processing. What were the parameters used to process the data? that needs to be stored with the data in a structured way. So happily, we are able to change the way we work by including all of this information up front. Then at the tail end, when our engineers and geoscientists want to know what polarity or what phase is this data in, they don't have to go find that PDF report and look at it. It's instantly available to them because it was one of the metadata pieces that we were able to capture in the cloud. Any other questions? In the back.
Hello, thank you very much for your shared information. I'm from perspective of security. I would like to ask whether there are some options to hold and place the storage here in Kazakhstan, because it's a matter of national security, and keeping the information abroad brings some additional questions. Can you elaborate?
Yes, absolutely. So when I worked for ExxonMobil, we worked with Shell, ExxonMobil, BP in the OS2 forum to define what regions would be like. The reason why we created regions in the OS2 forum was so that you could basically air gap the data, that it would never leave the country, but you'd have an instance of OSDU in country. So your Minister of Energy or Assistant Minister of Energy that talked about how you wanted to develop your own cloud within Kazakhstan, you can keep all of the data in Kazakhstan. It would be running in the cloud in Kazakhstan. It would be restricted, unable to leave. But if you want, there's also opportunities to have a federated security that allows a portion of the metadata to be available. So sometimes this would be the locations of blocks that you are tendering, that you want to get that information out. So yes, it's secure, and you can decide what you want to share outside of your cloud and what you'd keep inside. And that's a special designation within OSDU, that you can have multiple OSDU instances that are federated where the actual data is kept air-gapped and secure. And you'll hear more about it on our panel after lunch. There'll be great panelists that will also answer your question. All right. Any other questions?
Okay, thank you very much, Ryan. Let's give some noise to Ryan. I would like to make a couple of announcements. Today is the first day of our conference. Tomorrow we'll have another day. So please come tomorrow. We'll have a lot of great stuff. And right now, I think it's almost time of our lunch. It will start in a couple of minutes. And right after the lunch, you can go and find a room where we'll have product demonstrations. Yeah, that's it. You can go and use time given for the lunch. Thank you. И мы начнем панельную дискуссию через 3 минуты. Наши спикеры будут вам благодарны, если вы придете вовремя. Dear participants, we're going to start our next session in 1 minute. Please come to the main hall. Уважаемые участники, пройдите в главный зал, мы планируем начать панельную сессию. Okay, we're starting our next session and it will be panel discussion. The name of the session is Exploring OSDU's Potential to Accelerate Digital Transformation in Kazakhstan's Energy Sector. The moderator of this session is Ryan Jarvis, CTO at Rock Energy.
Thank you very much, and welcome to our OSDU panel today. We are really excited. We have both an in-person audience and in-person panelists, and we have some remotely participants on the panel. And I will introduce all of them in just a few moments. So the first thing I want to do is introduce those that are participating remotely on the panel. And so we have 3 that are participating remotely. The first one that I want to introduce is very important to this panel. This is Patrick Kelly. He is the chair of the OSDU Forum in the Open Group. I'm grateful to have him with us today. Just a little bit of information about Patrick Kelly. He is currently elected chair of the OSDU Forum at the Open Group. As a technology leader with more than 2 decades of experience, he is involved in the delivery of data energy solutions at the intersection of data, AI, and open source software communities. The OSDU Forum is a community focused on the delivery of standards-based technology-agnostic data platform for the energy industry. This open source data platform will enable the energy industry to stimulate innovation, industrialize data management, and reduce time to market for new solutions. So with that, Patrick Kelly, welcome to the panel. And I'm going to give you a question. You get to answer it first, but every single one of our panelists is going to answer this question. The question is, why is OSDU collaboration important to you? and what are you bringing to the table? Go ahead, Patrick.
Thank you, Ryan. I've been involved in the OSG Forum since almost the beginning, early 2019. And I would say seeing organizations with similar challenges come together and collaborate openly on these solutions was really exciting and inspiring for me. Honestly, I've not been a part of anything like it. So as far as value, I would say I try to bring leadership, which is probably an overlooked contribution to our community. And leadership in a community setting often looks a bit different than traditional leadership. So it often takes the form of consensus building, helping others find information and communicate effectively, connecting the dots, and removing obstacles.
Great. Grateful to have you here, Patrick. Ian Betts from Shell. Ian, wave your hand. Okay, there's Ian. And he is the General Manager of Open Data Platforms and a chair of the OSDU Management Committee. This is the OMC within OSDU. Ian Betts is a data and digital leader who has worked for Shell since 2007, driving performance improvement through transformational change and innovative use of data and analytics. From 2013 to 2019, Ian sat on Shell's technical data management leadership team, held the role of SME for data quality, and established the Technical Asset Operations Group, which now provides technical data support for both surface and subsurface, and is a go-to technical capability for Shell assets. His passion for data and digital comes from the power of data to drive integration, innovation, and actionable insights to support decision-making. Ian, grateful to have you. You get the same two questions. Why is OSDU collaboration important to you, and what value are you bringing?
Thanks, Ryan. Just to check, you can hear me?
Yes.
Very good. So why is collaboration important in this space? Well, everything that Patrick just said, and this is one of those things that's too big to do on our own, and we're very familiar with that in our industry. So coming together to address big challenges, to do big projects, to do great things. We know that the transformation that's going on here around digital and data is just too big, and by collaborating we actually shortcut our way to value by developing what become industry standards. So for me, it's really about the community. It's about bringing people together, and it's about understanding what value looks like across our industry and finding ways to collaborate on these digital infrastructure projects where everybody has something in the game and everybody gets something from the game. So for me, that's why this is so important.
Thanks, Ian. And finally, participating remotely is also Daniel Perna. Now, Daniel works for EPAM. He's a principal in energy data strategy, and he's been a consultant with EPAM Systems. He is PPDM certified petroleum data analyst. He has over 15 years of experience in the upstream oil and gas data management with a focus on wells and subsurface data, both on the operator side and consulting services side. He has filled many roles, including data governance, master data management, data modeling, data quality management, business and analysis, data integration, data engineering and analysis, training, and business intelligence. Daniel has a passion for solving data and interoperability problems, and he is an active contributor to both the OSDU Forum and the PPDM Association. Welcome, Daniel. And the same two questions for you. Why is OSDU collaboration important to you, and what value are you bringing?
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. Thanks, everyone. Yeah, I think you hit on a couple of points there, even in the bio, as to why I'm so interested in this initiative. I mean, after decades of doing upstream oil and gas data management, I've really developed a passion for organized data foundations and also a passion for interoperability, meaning speaking the same language with regard to data, sharing data within a company and between companies across domains, helping people share to better access and better define data and have what they need at the right time in the right place. And with regard to language and semantics, I mean, concepts like what is a well, what is a completion, what are different rock and fluid analysis types, and more, reference lists and definitions in that regard. And I've been deeply involved, like you mentioned, in PPDM's excellent standards, and now OSDU, which in some ways is a standard of standards, bringing together so many things that have already been functional and developed in the industry. And in the OSDU Forum and industry, I've helped to articulate the value of OSDU and help teams gain a common and clear and aligned understanding on various questions and approaches and form work groups. And I've been helping companies see how they can adopt OSDU into their data ecosystems and get the value that's promised with OSDU.
Thanks, Daniel. Great to have you here with us. Now we're going to turn our attention to those panelists that are here in person today. First, we have Dan Bachman from ExxonMobil. He is currently the co-leader of the OSDU Communications and Marketing Working Group. Daniel brings over 20 years of experience in the upstream, data architecture, digital, and IT experiences with ExxonMobil. As a leader of the strategy and stewardship team within the upstream data office, Daniel and his team drive strategic imperatives such as OSDU, implementation and adoption initiative, the growth of ExxonMobil's upstream data governance program, and other holistic data management strategies. Same two questions for you, Daniel. Or Dan, why is OSDU collaboration important to you, and what are you bringing to the table?
OSDU collaboration, to build off of what everyone's going to say, I'm sure we're all going to build off of each other here, but there's no problem that's, all the problems that we're dealing with today are bigger than any one company. And the opportunity to collaborate with companies that you probably wouldn't normally collaborate with has been amazing and eye-opening. And for me on the communications and marketing side, it's been great to interact with people that I probably wouldn't meet with at any other time. So it's the collaboration is refreshing, it's eye-opening, and it's really allowed everybody to really benefit from being in OSDU. So from what we're giving is time. I think that's being active member in OSDU is the dedication that you see within it, and the reason it's moved forward is because it's in many ways it's a volunteer effort. It's a second job to a lot of folks, and a job they try to put first because of the interactions, the relationships they built, and it's really helped build a true community of people that do amazing things together.
Thank you, Dan. Next, we've got Bob Patagalong from Halliburton. He is the Industry Solution Advisor, 26 years of experience developing and delivering E&P, information management solutions and services to international energy companies, government agencies, and both national and regional oil and gas companies. He has worked in Asia, Australia, United States, and currently based out of London. His current focus is on designing fit-for-purpose information management solutions to clients in Africa and Caspian countries with their unique challenges and opportunities. He also leads the regional team on OSDU engagements with European clients. Bob, same two questions. Why is OSDU collaboration important to you, and what value are you bringing?
Thanks for the question. I'm just going to add to what everyone has mentioned. Something specific for Halliburton Landmark is we are writing software for oil industries. So what we want to do, we want to bring innovations faster to the market. The challenge has always been we write codes, when we implement it into the operators, into our clients, it takes a lot of time because the data is not in standard. With OSDU, with the data in standards, we can immediately apply this knowledge, these applications to the marketplace. So what do we bring? Halliburton, we bring, I think, we bring time, we bring people, we bring experience, both in data management and also on the application.
Thank you, Bob. Great to have you here. Next, we have Geraldine McEwen from SLB. She's the Global Business Development Manager. And since joining SLB 20 years ago, Geraldine has held several technical and management positions in Europe and the USA. With a Bachelor's of Science in Computer Science, Geraldine has significant experience integrating data and technology to provide solutions for E&P companies. Previous positions including the Data Center Operations Management, Service Delivery Manager, Cloud Transition Manager, now helping clients in the adoption of SLB's next generation data platform technology. So Geraldine, same two questions for you. Why is OSDU collaboration important to you, and what value are you bringing?
First of all, hello, and thank you very much for
inviting SLB to contribute to this forum. It's been a really fantastic day and look forward to tomorrow as well. So in 2019, I have a very, very clear memory of being at the SLB forum in Monaco and us actually announcing that we were contributing our code, our data ecosystem code to OSDU. And it's a very personal memory. And I remember thinking, so what does that actually mean for the industry and what does that mean for SLB? And what I've seen over the last few years, and I actually think this panel is testament to this, is that we are now working collaboratively and working together really to allow us to accelerate as an industry faster. And as an example of that, I'm sitting with my friend Bob here from Halliburton, and that would not have happened a few years ago. And I think that that's an incredibly positive change for the industry and speaks a lot to not just the service companies' dedication and commitment to working together, but also the operators as well. And it's a very exciting engagement to be a part of. So the second part of your question was, what do we bring to the party? Yeah, I think I'd really like to echo previous comments that yes, we've obviously dedicated a lot of code, which is great, but also the time of our people, the time of our experts sitting in different committees and not just giving their knowledge, but also learning a lot from our operator friends and also from other service providers. And as I say, the goal really is to move, together faster to build a much more sustainable future. Yeah.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Geraldine. And last but not least, Darius Piotrowski, Director of IBM Data and Analytics Solutions, the OSDU Management Committee member. Darius, he leads the Data and Analytics Solutions development in the energy sector at IBM. He's also the executive sponsor of the IBM OSDU program. He's also a member of the OSDU Forum Management Committee and co-leader of the OSDU Outreach Program. Darius has over 20 years of experience working with oil and gas companies around the world on digital transformation and data analytics and AI initiatives. Darius, same two questions. Why is OSDU collaboration important to you, and what are you bringing to the table?
Thank you, and it's a pleasure to be here. Collaboration is important for the simple reason that we were not able to create such a platform ourselves. We tried, we've spent hundreds of millions, and we ultimately failed. Only coming together, we've achieved what seemed to be impossible before. And what we are bringing together is unique IBM technology based on open source foundations through the Red Hat OpenShift that enables this open data platform that we are building at the forum to run on premise or on country cloud and allow the operators and the regulators to run OSDU platform in the places where data residency is of critical importance.
Darius, that is awesome, because I think all of you need to recognize that this group of panelists and the amount of experience that they've had trying to tackle these problems over the last 2 decades is impressive. So we're grateful to have all of them here. Why don't we give them all a round of a big applause to welcome them as we start our OSDU Forum. All right, now I'm going to shift gears a little bit and come and ask some questions directly. First of all, for Dan from ExxonMobil, the question I have is a little bit about digital transformation. So how is the OSDU data platform an enabler for the digital transformation? I need to use this one. Oh, maybe not. That one's all green. You can use mine.
Digital transformation, ExxonMobil's taken a business-focused, value-driven approach with OSDU, and it's in support of our digital transformation efforts. OSDU as a platform has enabled us to, as we say, liberate our data out of a lot of proprietary systems. That's freed that data so that we can put it in a system that's trusted with data governance on top of that. And it's enabled us to start to apply machine learning and AI on top of it by combining data out of a lot of different systems that was very difficult to work with before. In addition, OSDU provides a lot of new opportunities such as direct loading into our OSDU environment from our providers. It supports our vast application portfolio that we use, and it enables us to support multiple data transformations that are occurring across our upstream that all use the same data, so that we only have to store that data once. It's standardized, and the interoperability really enables us to get tremendous value from it.
Fantastic. Bob, I want you to answer the same question, but from the perspective of your company. So if the mic's working.
Oh, yeah.
Ah, there we go.
Right. So I think I'm saying the same way, the same answer, but probably in a different way. Digital transformations is about, in our industry, is about looking at all the workflows from the geoscience, the subsurface workflow, the drilling well completion workflows, and the production itself workflows. Today, they're all very siloed. So what digital transformation is trying to break all these silos. Now, the way to do it, you're looking at all the applications, but you're looking at all the data platform underneath. And that's where OSDU comes. So if all the applications can honor and can work nicely with the OSDU, and then you can do all integration, automations of your workflow. Another side of the story is you can also have your subsurface interpretations using software vendor 1, your well construction software vendor B, software vendor C. So you as the operator, as the owner of the data, can now see the best way to do my digital transformations using solutions that I pick on one data platform.
I actually want to ask Patrick Kelly a question, because recently there's been a big shift in the OSDU forum to focus on capabilities. And you mentioned workflows. And so on that edge, Patrick, do you want to share with us a little bit about why OSDU shifted from where they were to focus on capabilities and workflows?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Ryan. I think in general, it really comes from taking an outcome focus. So it's easy, I think, sometimes to be a bit activity focused, but really focusing on those outcomes that create value. We heard a little bit of that in Dan's comments as well. You know, taking a value-based approach was important. So again, ultimately, it comes down to helping to steward our great community together and move them in the right direction. And effectively, that focus on capabilities was an intent to focus on the outcomes. These are the valuable outcomes that we can deliver as a community and help give people that sense of direction.
Yeah, that sense of value that can come as a result of OSDU. So thanks so much, Patrick, for that response. Geraldine, the question I have for you is, how does the OSDU data platform and the OSDU forum enable companies and industry partners to move faster together? And you already hinted at this through your introduction. So what do you think?
You know, what I've seen over the last few years is that, you know, a typical approach would be, as Bob said, data siloed. We're using applications in silos, and you know, operators are trying to shuffle data around between applications, and it's difficult for them. It's not particularly efficient, and we are not, as an industry, we're not working in partnership together to really allow us all to move faster together, right? However, with OSDU, with that, you know, common data platform, it allows for interoperability. It allows for the streamlining of workflows. It allows for a faster digital transformation. within an operator and really within the industry as a whole. Without the common data platform that is OSDU, we would not be able to garner the speed and the traction to really move into the future, right? So to me, it's a key component of digital transformation and an acceleration of our industry, you know, towards a cleaner and brighter future.
Thank you. There is a tremendous effort provided by EPAM recently to accelerate the adoption of the rock and fluids DDMS. So Daniel Perna is here from EPAM. Daniel, tell us a little bit about how EPAM helped to deliver faster together within the OSDU forum as it pertains to some of those recent contributions.
Sure. Thank you. Well, you're very humble. ExxonMobil was a huge part and a partner in seeing that the rock and fluid space, the rock and fluid domain in OSDU was lacking. And because of everything that we're talking about today, that we want to derive common business value, we want to mature the platform, we want data liberated. We work together to create really accelerate schema development within the forum, and that's within the data definitions aspect of the forum, but also to develop the open source domain data management service for rock and fluid sample data, which we affectionately call RAFs as an acronym. It's good that it works. There's a nice vowel in there. So that was contributed to the forum. It's for routine core analysis, for special core analysis, for geochemistry data. It has those optimized content schemas. So working together, that is a way, that's a way that our whole energy ecosystem can derive value faster. And I think that it's important that it's open sourced as well. Right? Various people have talked about the data liberation, and it's valuable that there's no lock-in to one proprietary ecosystem. Now that we have these content schemas, these data definitions, these APIs out there in the industry, that can be utilized by all operators, by all software vendors, to move us all further faster. And just, I don't know, it could be I don't know, it could be a cliche now, but I think it's really true that a rising tide lifts all ships, right? So all of our companies are those ships. As we work together, we all gain that benefit.
Awesome. Thank you, Daniel. Darius, so there are challenges in adopting such a platform. How do we encourage and promote adoption of the OSDU platform?
Thank you for that question. Indeed, it is a challenge. We all know that oil and gas industry is not the fast-moving, grabbing every newest technology and applying it. It's a very diligent engineering culture that evaluates things before adopting. Rightfully so, given the amount of capital and the risks that are involved, including the human life. So in case of OSDU, it's a similar pattern. First, a lot of watching, then trying, checking, and then carefully bringing it into organizational fold. But to make it easier for oil and gas companies or for others who want to use the platform, software vendors or innovators, the new startups, we adopted the concept of seeing is believing. So we've recently introduced the OSDU testing lab. That pin has a QR code. Any of you would like to scan, it would point you to the place where you could sign up for testing the platform. No costs, no risks. You can go there and test how the OSDU platform runs or test integration with your favorite applications there. In addition to that, we also created an OSDU fully free, no strings attached, fully open source version you can download and just run. It's not supported at all. That's the only cost, I would say, but it's good for academics, it's good for small companies, and you can simply see what the platform do for you. But we also thought of what might be the very first step, which is, why do I even care Why do I even bother? And of course, we have great speakers here who talked about why it's important for their companies, why it's important for industries. But if you want to go deeper, we also created question and answer community that talks about OSD value, OSDU adoption, where you can come across similar minded individuals who just want to know more about it. And we have great articles there, great discussion thread about the value of the platform. And with all these three elements, we believe we make it much easier to learn about and test and therefore adopt the platform as a consequence.
Fantastic. Ian, kind of on the vein of platform adoption, the question I have for you is, are regional operators installing OSDU data platform, or is it just suited for super majors?
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. Thanks for the question. It's certainly very well suited to the super majors. That's not a surprise. The majority of the effort and the heavy lifting to date has been done by those organizations, and it really is starting to work. But we also see lots of other operators already adopting, and we're also learning as we go. Because of the nature of the work that we do, the way that we work collaboratively in the open as a community, the learnings are shared. And so over time, it's quickly becoming easier, and almost the barrier to entry is becoming low to near zero, as you just heard from Darius. And so I think it almost is attractive and relevant for any oil and gas operator or any partner in the industry. And it comes down to the real basics. If you care about your data and you want to know where your data is, the lineage of your data and how to utilize your data, then OSDU works regardless of whether you're big or small operator or application vendor. I think there's something there for almost everyone in the industry.
Now to some exciting, a question really about AI. So we've got artificial intelligence, machine learning. We've heard about it earlier in our conference today. So the question I have, and this is going to be for Geraldine, how does the OSDU platform enable AI and machine learning workflows?
Hi. So I think it was, you said it earlier, Ryan, when you said that people had data lakes which quite quickly turned into swamps.
Yeah.
I think, to quote you incorrectly, perhaps. But I think it's actually a really important point, because when we train our ML models or we apply AL algorithms, if that's on a swamp, so to speak, can we really trust the outcome? Why are we training our models on data which we actually don't understand the fidelity or the trust of that data, right? So can we really trust the outcome? So with OSDU, you actually can ingest your data and it's curated, and you can tag it with a level of trust, so that when you are training your model and you are running your algorithms, you actually do trust the output. You get a lot of very valuable insights. And to me, that's the value that the OSDU really brings to this new and emerging era, which we are running towards very quickly. So I think it's a key component.
I do too. Darius, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
I just have to jump in and build on what Geraldine have said, because I've been building AI applications or analytics applications in my day job for over 10 years, and OSDU makes it like a day and night difference. We often joked that it was 60%, if not more, in analytics work. It was getting the right data, as Geraldine have said. The building the models was the easiest part. Getting the data was the hardest. With OSDU exposing the data, it accelerates this enormously. It's just a breeze. It's fun. It's not a hard work. It's fun. Yeah. It is. It is fun. Absolutely, it is.
So on that note, Patrick, a question about how does collaboration on standards create value and increase efficiencies?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Ryan. And building on those last comments and a few we've heard, I always like to look at the origins of the word standard, which include among them a flag raised as a rallying point. which is interesting because I think we often probably think about standards as a form of measure more typically. But I think that Rally Point example helps us paint a picture of technology standards really as a place that organizations can come together, align, help us prepare for what's ahead. And it's really about these shared building blocks. So building upon these executable standards to make it fun and easy, like Darius said, to help us innovate faster and more efficiently together. And I think, in fact, you can observe many of the technology advancements that really have built our modern digital world are based on these types of open and specifically open source collaborations. So whether it's the core of the modern internet or increasingly these days, things like large language models and their ecosystem, we see these types of open collaborations enabled by standards really helps us to focus our precious time and effort on innovation.
Great, thanks. Dan from ExxonMobil, what kind of value or opportunities are you seeing at ExxonMobil as pertaining to the efficiencies that you can gain from having such a platform in operation?
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's a couple of things we've mentioned from the standards perspective. There was always a cost with working with anybody else. If I had data, I need to share that data, then there was time to map it to their systems or map it into my own systems. And what you're seeing is much quicker collaboration these days. There's a lot less effort that's spent transforming data, a lot more effort using it. It's allowing direct access, things that we couldn't easily do on our own systems, on our own proprietary systems. So the aspect of now you could start to think of, instead of having to create a package of data to send to somebody, you could just give them access to your own OSDU instance and just to the data they need. But that simplifies things. It shortens the time frame on efforts and helps everyone work so much more efficiently together.
Great, thank you. There's quite a few complex structures that are out there on how companies can work together. Some of these are called joint ventures. Even here in Kazakhstan, there are a lot of very complex arrangements or agreements with multiple companies. So in that sort of vein, how in the world can we work together, or how does the OSDU data platform handle such complex partnerships? And I want to give this question first to Ian.
Thank you, Ryan. Yeah, this is one for me. This is one of the really exciting value cases for our industry and what we're doing here. And it comes down to two things for me. First of all, it comes down to common language, and that's what we get through industry standardization, and that's what we're all working towards. So that when you're in complex relationships or structures, we define things the same, we talk about things in the same way, we operate in similar ways, and then the beauty of OSDU is that we are collaborating on the non-value differentiating areas, and then we compete on the things that really make a difference in our industry. The second thing for me is then around interoperability. In complex ownership or organizational structures, the easier information can flow between partners, whether it's within the venture or from ventures to venture partners. It has to be beneficial to everyone to minimize the friction, the overhead, the cost that's associated with these things, which I'm sure in Kazakhstan is very well understood, probably more than almost anywhere on the planet. And so I think for me, those are the two things, the common language and the interoperability that allows us to work together in better ways.
Bob, I saw you shaking your head pretty good at that. So anything you want to add?
Yeah, absolutely. I think looking at the case that we have today, we have an operator which has data in their system, which has data in the government agencies, which has data in their partner clouds, and they have a complex system. Now, how do I do this process seamlessly if they're all using different systems, different data? This has now changed. Everyone is adopting OSDU. So there is one OSDU. Company A, the agency use OSDU. The software vendor use OSDU. The operator use OSDU, and they can immediately run all this process. Another beautiful thing is OSDU is modern architecture. It's using microservices. It's scalable. So all these new things that you can get from the cloud computing, you can use it, for your workflow. Thank you.
On the thought of how do we get OSDU adopted and how do we get it integrated into our schools and our educational facilities, what opportunities do we see with the OSDU platform, or what experiences have we had with universities that are becoming involved and being able to allow students to have access? So part of this question I have for Patrick Kelly, since he's the chair of OSDU, what type of situations have we seen where OSDU has been an uplift for an educational facility?
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. I think the OSDU Forum in our community is really a fantastic place to grow our talent. So I know one of the things I'm always personally searching for in my work is working alongside those that can teach me something and really help grow my understanding. And the OSDU Forum is a really unique community that includes experts from fields as diverse as geodesy to, like Bob was saying, building modern hyperscale cloud services. And I would say it's not too often you find that broad of a range of experts together in one place. So not only do we have world-class experts to work alongside, but also these platforms that these experts are building are really at the cutting edge of the tools that we will be using in many of our communities' operations now and in the future. So I would always say the OSDU Forum is a fantastic place for us to grow industry talent, to help us prepare the students for the tools that they'll be using in their future roles.
Geraldine, do you have any comments on, I know that you've been very involved with encouraging academia. So do you have any comments on how universities can also become involved in the OSDU platform?
Yeah, I think it's actually part of a much kind of broader question. Being Scottish, I know that I think our top export is actually whiskey, but second, and a very close second, is our talent pool, right? So we have highly educated young people, and then they leave for what they believe to be a kind of richer and more fertile employment landscape, right? I was very impressed this morning when the ministry were showing us the opportunities that they have in Kazakhstan with there's a lot of startups, there's incubation, there's a real drive to retain talent in country. I believe the top four, from the top 5 universities in the world, the top 4 are actually within, or 4 of those universities are within Kazakhstan itself. So that actually shows that there's a very rich young demographic here that are very highly educated, and so you would absolutely want to retain them in country. But I believe that the more that we can work with universities in Kazakhstan, but also globally, to really get this message out that this is the modern data platform. This is where collaboration, cross-industry collaboration, can really show a benefit to all. I think it sends a very positive message, and I think for Kazakhstan especially, not only obviously you've done a lot of initiatives to retain that talent in country, but also it'll allow you to, adopting OSDU would really allow to pull that talent in from overseas as well, which is an incredible benefit. Yeah.
Thank you. Daniel, Perna, a question, because I know that EPAM has been involved in training others in OSDU. How have you seen that training provide this incubation of talent across the industry and help to promote, university and even older professionals become involved in the OSDU platform?
Sure. Yeah, thanks for the question. Yeah, from the beginning, some of our EPAM experts got really involved learning what in the world is this platform? How does it work? For example, I collaborated with a solution architect who taught the technical aspects of OSDU. And in those boot camps, I taught, some of the business and the data management aspects of it. Yeah, I think OSDU is tying together. It really needs, sort of building on what Patrick said, it really needs a lot of skills, right? It needs everything from the domain experts to the data management experts to the technological experts, infrastructure, platform, but also like I talked about earlier, which is one of my passions around what the data means, the semantics and so on. So I think OSDU is a vehicle, and training around OSDU is a vehicle that really necessitates people in those different domains learning about what the other domain is, right? So we have petrophysicists and geophysicists that don't necessarily have never really dealt with microservices and APIs and those sorts of things. And they're sort of, to some extent, they're forced to learn what those things are and the difference between normalized and denormalized data models and data consumption patterns and those sorts of things. And that's not to say that that has to be the bread and butter of their day-to-day job, but boy, does it foster communication across the the business domain and the data management aspects and the technology aspects. So yeah, as a services company, we offer that training to clients. We've done training within the context of the forum, and it's good. It fosters that communication and collaboration amongst people in the same way that we want the platform to foster that collaboration and access to data.
Thank you, Daniel. Before I open up questions to the audience, the last questions that we're going to have for our panelists is going to be about sustainability. It's one of the key concepts behind OSDU. We've kind of touched on it a little bit with getting talent and making sure that we have a pathway to encourage the continuation of talent being prepared to bridge the gap between a lot of the SMEs and the technical. So as you consider sustainability, and this is an open question, so if you raise your hand first, you might be able to answer first. How is OSDU becoming something that is sustainable? So I don't see any hands yet, so I'm looking for a little finger at least. I'm not going to answer the question. Oh, there we go. Patrick Kelly.
Thanks, Ryan. So I think, we've talked a lot today about innovation and efficiency and the need to go faster. So I would always say, successfully meeting the world's growing demand for energy, it's going to take innovation on a scale really for which there's little to compare with. We know our energy data is complex. It comes with a lot of unique challenges, not just in size and scope, but also in its high context nature, some of Daniel's comments. So I think the forum really sets itself up to provide a sustainable capability. Darius even mentioned it a bit earlier. We've made significant investments in this space and industry, not always successfully. So we need to work differently together. And so we know that, what we've seen so far is that bringing these experts together is helping us to enable innovation faster and more efficiently, ultimately to deliver us a sustainable platform together.
Thanks, Patrick. Before Darius goes, I need to shift just a little bit. I'll come back to you. Ian, this also delves right into the energy transition. So sustainability, energy transition, any comments that you have on how OSDU can not only provide sustainability, but also be the choice for the energy transition?
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. I was going to come back this one from two angles. There's sustainability of the OSDU forum and the OSDU data platform itself. 3 years ago, the accusation was it was just a science experiment. We're way beyond that now. We're adopting it in many of these large organizations that we represent here today and many others. And we're doing that because we have trust and confidence in it, that it is a sustainable solution. We are building our businesses on it, and it needs to therefore be robust, et cetera, et cetera. The other angle then is the one that you were just talking to, which is also very exciting. The underlying technology is replicable into many different domains. And so I think what we'll see in the coming 5+ years is that the architecture and the approach that we're taking, it will certainly be something that is used to underpin the evolution of energy beyond hydrocarbons into asset management, into wind and solar and beyond, who knows. Things like carbon capture are very natural extension areas that we are starting to look at. But the technology itself is also being looked at and adopted by other industries. The idea of collaborative building of technology open source as a way of working, decoupling applications from data, treating data as a valued asset. The banking sector is looking at this as a model. The retail sector is looking at this as a model. So we're at the forefront. No, we're ahead of the curve in this industry, as we often are. In this digitalization effort, we really are ahead of the curve. And so I see many areas for us to move into. But clearly for this room and for this group of people on the stage today, the energy transition is very much forefront of our mind. So as we're leading the organization forward, we're starting to think about the pivot into some of those other areas of the energy transition, and the platform will grow new capabilities all the time, and who knows where we'll end up, but it's a very exciting journey.
Thanks, Ian. Darius, did you want to mention your comment?
Actually, it has been quite well said. So not much to add other than maybe illustrated. If the platform was created by one organization, this would be the single point of failure. Because it's such a community group, it is truly sustainable by the fact that even if one or two companies change their mind, the rest will carry the torch. And on Ian's point of supporting energy transition, we know how often technology change and how finicky it is. Something that was appropriate now, 5 years from now, will not be for sure. Again, by this platform being by design evergreen, you may look at it 10 years from now and look, everything changed. Applications I'm using changed, the technology changed. But this, strangely enough, is one solid thing that stays, because effectively it's the data platform for the industry created by the industry. So by design, it stays current and meets the needs of those very group that create it.
Thanks, Darius. Okay, we're now going to change it up and invite the audience to participate. If you want to participate, there'll be a mic being taken around. We ask that you would say your name, what company that you're representing, and then you can address any one of the panelists. You can choose, or you can leave it open. But we now invite you to ask questions to these panelists that you might have. Yes, we only have 10 minutes, so 10 minutes of questions.
Thank you very much. I want to ask a question in general, if you have any claims. You mentioned about quick time to market for small companies, for startups, and kind of things. And I wanted you to share, if you have any information, if there is any particular case on this. For example, if one employee of a big oil major company could pick up a solution and try it through OSD platform. And if there is any case and if there is any numbers, if you could share, it could help us navigate through. Thank you.
Any volunteers to answer that question? Okay, Patrick Kelly, go ahead.
Thanks, Ryan. I would always answer that question and say there's probably two great ways to get started. Darius mentioned there is a downloadable platform. So we are always in need of feedback. It is kind of, use at your own risk, but it's a great way to get started if you're very motivated and technical. So you can find that on our community GitLab site, which is accessible and open. Again, all of this is delivered under an open source license. If you need a little more help, then I would suggest one of the best ways is usually to engage with your preferred cloud provider. So again, many of those technology companies are deeply involved in our space. And so if you need a little help getting started, it's often a good thing to go talk to one of those members and get them to give you a little help.
Yeah, and I was going to say the same thing, is that if you get a hold of one of the cloud providers, right now there's 4 major ones that are involved in OSDU. You've got Amazon, AWS, Microsoft, IBM, and Google. They have, by their own practices, created a lot of use cases. And so they may have some use cases that may relate to what you're trying to do. as well. Bob?
Yeah, I just want to add maybe there was a forum, OSD forum in April in London. And one of the presenter was actually a lecturer from university. So they try OSDU and it worked for a certain algorithm that they want to use for seismic interpretation. Right? Very small, 3 people looking at it, and then it works quickly because they understand how the API to bring the data can find and then use the data. I don't have a specific example for startup, but I can see that trend, having 3-4 people in one organization do answer specific problem, I guess I can immediately bring to the market because we can go to any company, any operators that are using OSDU and start presenting it, which you couldn't do before.
It kind of reminds me of like the iPhone apps. It seems like anybody can write an app nowadays and you can install it and use it. We kind of would like OSDU to get to that point. We're not there yet, but that's a good future. Yes, Geraldine.
We had an OSDU forum in Houston last week. I think there's 2 a year. And I really would encourage you to perhaps come along to the next one because there was a lot of small kind of innovative companies there that you could talk to and share those experiences. And there's a lot of presentations as well. So it would really give you a lot of insight, I think, into, what small companies, what innovative companies are doing. So I would really encourage you to do that.
Darius?
And also, OSDU is truly encouraging such an innovation that the smaller startup companies provide. So in addition to OSDU platform that Patrick mentioned can be downloaded, there is also data, Volve dataset, TNO datasets. So not only you can get the platform, you can also get the data to show what your application can do with it. That might come helpful in demonstrating the value to your potential clients or investors.
We see your hand up, Daniel. Perna?
Yeah, building on this topic and what Geraldine said, even about the Houston face-to-face. One, I mean, it's not necessarily a startup example per se, but one of the presentations was on an application called EM Trust, which in the course of I'll say 3 or 4 months, a fairly full-featured application with a nice user interface, interacting directly with OSDU data, directly on the OSDU data platform. Multiple people in this room were actually involved with the requirements and the creation of that application. It does data governance on OSDU data, and it's something that's intended to be used in the very near future across the industry. That's an example of the way that an application like that can spin up and immediately be usable by anybody who has an OSDU data platform.
Thanks, Daniel. We'll go to the next question.
Okay, thank you so much. Wonderful panel. I guess it's always great to learn more about OSDU. And my name is Marat Kouatov. I'm from TCO. My question will not be on behalf of TCO. Also, we're really looking forward to the value that OSDU may and will bring in the future as part of our Triple Crown partnership that we're part of. I guess I'll build up on some of the discussion that we already had on the smaller startup and IT companies leveraging the OSDU. And I would like to connect it to the earlier presentation we had in the morning from the ministry on the Kazakhstan aspiration to become IT nation and increase the IT expert to 1 billion by 2027 or 8, I think. So I'm very curious, since we have in Kazakhstan major oil companies working on some giant challenging assets, which means that we also have lots of local IT specialists and professionals who were part of these projects and have domain knowledge or can at least understand some of the challenges within the oil and gas, and then they pursue their career as a separate, maybe smaller startups or companies. So very curious, trying to understand if there is opportunity for smaller startups who can leverage OSDU to commercialize their efforts, like would major oil companies be open to using the very small companies' solutions built on OSDU? And the question to the tech providers that we also have on the stage and online, if I'm curious if they feel pressure of potential added competition in that space from smaller companies building solutions within OSDU. Thanks.
Yeah, both your questions are very important. Your first one, operators that are on the panel. Dan, do you want to
I can take
answer?
that.
Okay.
I know from an ExxonMobil perspective, we're very keen on really OSDU compatibility is really becoming a key factor in our decision as we're looking at a new option. So that has been something we've been very public on, and it's something we're going to continue to look forward on. So big or small, it's that OSDU compatibility and to be able to run on there is dreadfully important for us because it helps make sure things can go very quickly from day one. So from that perspective, yes, absolutely. It's it opens the door to so many new possibilities that may not have been as easy before.
Yeah, and on the other side, you want to answer, Geraldine?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the concept of tech companies not working together is somewhat outdated, right? I think there's nothing more exciting than being able to work really agilely with a small startup company, even somewhere as big as SLB, right? If someone comes to you with a great idea and they want to partner and they want to be innovative and creative together, then absolutely, why not? I think that's fantastic. And I think we all benefit from it, right? We benefit from the ideas of a small startup, and they also benefit from the process that we can help them to embed within that application and make it more commercial and more robust. So I think, and ultimately the consumers of the tech are always the winners, right? So I think it's a great idea. So you have my number. So give me a phone if you know anyone.
When I used to work for ExxonMobil, I would go to these presentations and I would say, they would ask me, how many people are working for you? And I would say, well, if you count the industry, I have hundreds of people that have listened to our business requirements and they're starting to create solution. And so the OSU community is very actively engaged in helping because a lot of the problems are the same problems. And, but sometimes just a different perspective, even a small startup company could bring, may help solve a particular problem better than it has ever been solved before. And so it's very inclusive. Go ahead, Dan.
I just want to add, I mean, the meetings that we have and the discussions that we have on a weekly basis, it doesn't matter which company you are, how big or small, you're bringing your opinion, you're bringing thoughts, you're helping to build a big solution. So everyone's voice is on an even level at that point, and it really brings up new ideas that you wouldn't have ever heard before. So new perspectives, big or small companies, lots of different asset types, lots of different companies that have different backgrounds. It's all equal, and everyone's working together on a solution. So there is, I think it's important to also just state that that active kind of participation also drives a lot of new opportunities. Ian.
All right, our time is up. Thank you so much. Appreciate everyone's participation in the panel. Thank you.
And we have one more session here in this room. Let me introduce our next speaker, Matthew Masham, National Upstream Gateway Manager at Schlumberger. And the name of the presentation, Digital Technology Supporting the Acceleration of Exploration.
Good afternoon, everyone. I realize that I'm the last presentation between yourself and dinner, and I expect we'll start getting the whiffs of the smell dinner coming through into the room very soon. So I will be as quick as I can through this presentation. I'd just like to start by highlighting who SLB are. You've heard about our name being mentioned a couple of times. We were formerly Schlumberger, and last year we rebranded to SLB. We're a global technology company and have been for nearly 100 years, and we are driving energy innovation for a balanced planet. It is a hard balancing act. We're all very well aware of it. There is still a demand, an increasing demand for energy. Just to put it into perspective, there are 1 billion people on the planet that don't have access to electricity. That is one issue that needs to be resolved. They also are looking to industrialize the areas they live in as well, which requires energy. On the flip side, of course, we do need to decarbonize, and we do need to decarbonize as quickly as possible. It is a powerful challenge. We're all aware of the targets that we've seen, where we want to limit the global temperature increase by 1.5 degrees. And we've highlighted that we want to reach net zero by 2050. But as you can see from this graph, on our present projectile, we will reach an increase in temperature by 1.5 degrees by 2030. So what we do need is we need to accelerate the innovations we've got, which is a big challenge. And also, I'd just like to point out, whilst I'm on this slide, that during our rebranding exercise, if you notice, the SLB logo matches the carbon budget that you see in this graph as well. How we're doing this within SLB is we're decarbonising our industry. We're looking at our operations, how we work. We're looking at how we can support the oil and gas industry to produce clean carbon fuels. I'm considering the exploration and the production, how they can be clean, how they can be as net zero by 2040, 2050. Companies that are looking for exploration at the moment have got to consider that exploration of today will be production in 2030, 2040, when they've made ambitions to be carbon neutral. We're also scaling up our new energy systems. We're looking for new energy sources. We're looking at ways of carbon storage, and we're also delivering data at scale. The most important thing is to accelerate the process. We've got to make sure that the information required to make investment decisions is in people's hands as soon as possible. Our enablers are our governance, the governance in each country we work in, also enabling local teams. The challenges are different in different countries. Some countries in Africa, it can be very hot. There can be limited facilities. In other country in the North Sea, it can be colder climates where there's already infrastructure in place. So each individual area has got its individual challenges. Our accelerators are technology and innovation. And also, more importantly, as has been mentioned a couple of times today, many times today, is collaboration and partnership. We need to work together on finding solutions. In the world, we've noticed an increase in oil and gas exploration rounds in 2023. But these rounds are focused differently on how they focused maybe 5 years ago. We've seen some major events happen in the last couple of years. We had COVID, which meant that people are working differently. Before, they used to travel around the world looking for information, looking for data. During COVID, that wasn't possible. Therefore, they could only invest in areas where they could access the data remotely and make the decisions based upon that data. We had the energy transition, which meant investors are looking for areas where there's clean oil and gas production and also looking for new energy. Then there's energy security. Countries couldn't necessarily rely on the energy sources they had before, and therefore they're looking for new energy resources. So within SLB, we developed what we call the National Upstream Gateway. This is where we collaborate with the regulator to understand what their ambitions are, what their targets are, who they want to attract, what their concerns are, and the history of previous license rounds and their previous regulations. So with that in mind and understanding where the data is, the state of the data, understanding the regulations, we collaborate to build a national upstream gateway. One of the elements is the NDR, if an NDR isn't already in place. We've had a number of presentations already today about the NDR. Nathan gave one earlier on from SMP, which highlighted the needs and the ambitions of an NDR. We have an evergreening, which is based upon the processing abilities that we have within Schlumberger. So quite often this data can be acquired in the last 60, 80 years. And some of it has recently been processed, some hasn't been reprocessed. So we've got the ability to reprocess the data. What's that really doing is the information was always been in the data. It's just the processing techniques we had previously was unable to extract it. We acquire new data where needed. If there's data not available in a certain area, we'll acquire it. If there's a sparse data set, we'll complement it. And in other areas, we can use existing data and enhance it by acquisition. All that data became collected and going into what we call the Discovery Center. Discovery Center is where we use the techniques, the digital tools we have in the Schlumberger toolbox to convert that data into information. And it's not just for the oil and gas industry where we use that for, it can be for the carbon storage. We've used seismic data for wind farms, radioactive, waste management, geothermal. So there's many subsurface industries that the data can be constructed to provide information. And then we have a global data promotion. This is to produce a platform where the data can be accessed globally. We also support the regulator in conferences, social media campaigns like LinkedIn. We bring in the experience we've got from other countries. We go and find them companies which we know are looking for challenges like in the country that we're working with. And also what we do make sure is we make sure the system is nimble and it's flexible, because as I said, I just mentioned to you 3 changes that we saw in the last 5 years. We don't know what changes are going to come up in the next 5 years. Hopefully not as many. With that, it's based upon, with the collaboration with the governments, once we understand what the ambitions are, once we understand what the regulations are, we look at the technology we have available and decide which is the most appropriate. We've got a digital platform to provide the data on, which gives the data access. It hosts the secure data in a cloud, and it gives access, as presented in the last presentation, to other software that's available on digital platforms. The Discovery Center can maybe use AI, machine learning. We can use other data sets, integrate other data sets into seismic or other to give more valuable information. And we can also use our latest processing techniques. Also, there's what we call smart seismic. As I said earlier, it's designing the seismic to fit the purpose and fit the need. In Egypt, we acquired the first dense nodal survey for Egypt. In the US, we have been acquiring sparse nodes. And also what we can do is we can design the acquisition to match the new modern processing techniques we have. This is just highlighting to you the size of the scale of what we have done in the Gulf of Mexico. The solid polygons are the existing data. And what we did was we acquired sparse nodal surveys in the blue hollow polygons to enhance that existing data. Here you can see an example. In the top slide is the existing data, and in the lower slide is the enhanced data with the OBN survey. So with this, we have got an upstream gateway up and running. It's in Egypt. It started in January 2020. It brought together more than 80 years of information and data for the oil and gas industry in Egypt, which was in various formats, various states. Some was just paper records. So it was all digitized and brought together onto a platform. There was 1,000 seismic surveys. It was 13,000 wells were digitized and 150,000 reports. It was made into a platform where exploration companies subscribe to the platform to get access. There's different tiers of access depending upon their involvement within Egypt. It was agreed with the Egyptian authorities that we one license round a year. The first license round was during COVID, so everything had to be done virtually. This would not have been possible for Egypt before the upstream gateway. It was a successful license round, which resulted in 33 well commitments and an E&P committed budgets of over $250 million. Every year since then, we've been having license rounds, and this year, so far, we've had 6 license rounds. This is just, again, showing an example of the legacy data that was available for us for the EUG in Egypt, and the results of the reprocessing, the evergreening that we performed. In Algeria, we signed an agreement in October 2022 to produce a similar product in Algeria. All these models are bespoke. In Algeria, there was already an NDR in place, so we didn't produce the NDR. What we did was we produced the other elements that I showed you before. So we're working with that at the moment and building the NDR in Algeria. One of the first projects we're doing is bringing together the data which is in what we see as a high potential frontier region on the coast of Algeria. So we're producing that into one seamless product. And there's over 15,000 linear kilometers of 2D data and 7,000 square of 3D data. We're integrating the data together and producing reports to put into the platform to make available. Another role for seismic is in the new energies, as I mentioned before. One of these which has taken off in the last few years. I'd say the first time I saw it come into play was 2021. Is seismic used for carbon storage? And there's 3 elements where seismic is used for carbon storage. The first one is data screening. This is ultimately to screen for potential areas where companies want to apply for blocks. That will use our existing data. If the existing data hasn't been processed for some time, then we would evergreen that data. The next element is characterization. This is when the studies involve understanding the capacity, the containment, and the fluid flow, and understanding the technical and non-technical risks involved. This would often happen once the blocks have been awarded and the companies are working on the blocks. And then you have the 4D monitoring to see whether the storage sites are performing as expected. And that would use repeat seismic surveys, similar to what we used in oil and gas, but to make sure that the storage is containing the CO2. As SLB, we have been involved in many projects globally for carbon storage. Here's a map highlighting some of them. We've been involved in projects which include the screening elements and the characterization elements, and we've been working with regulators to help them design the 4D regulations that are required for carbon storage. I'd just like to pick out one of these countries in the UK. I was managing the UK before I took on this role. And in 2020, our seismic data was only of interest to academia. CCS was really an academia project at the time. In 2021, we started seeing the uptake of the data to start scouting for areas. In the UK, there were some blocks that were directly awarded for carbon storage in 2021. In 2022, the NSTA, which is the UK regulator, opened up a license round, their first license round for carbon storage. In 2022, they awarded the blocks. They awarded 21 blocks to 14 companies. These blocks were in same areas as oil and gas exploration, so it's cohabiting blocks. And so the companies are working at the moment on characterization of those blocks, decide whether they want to continue to take it further. Another one I wanted to highlight is in Egypt. As a result of the EUG, the Egyptian Upstream Gateway, we took some data out of the Egyptian upstream gateway and use it for a screening project in the north of Egypt. That was with a collaboration with EGAS, Shell, and the University of Aberdeen. What was key to that is they had already found 22 key emission sources. And from the study, we've highlighted the potential of 16 storage containers. This study was presented at COP27 as well. And the results were placed back into the EUG, and therefore they're available for companies that subscribe to the EUG. Just to reference the EUG, the success of the EUG also was that there are 36 companies at the moment that subscribe to the EUG. Prior to that, 10 of those companies were not active in Egypt. And lastly, I just wanted to show you what we're also doing in Australia. This is in Australia where we have merged together 29 surveys of an area of 28 square kilometers in a seamless 3D seismic merge. And that is ongoing and should be completed early next year. And the results of that will go into the NDR in Australia, made available for screening for companies that are looking to do CCS in Australia. I'd like to say thank you very much and for staying when lunch is, or dinner is getting ready outside.
Do you have any questions? If you have a question, just raise your hand.
I do have some of my colleagues here with me as well, so if you want to ask some more technical questions, they can answer them. They're shaking their heads at the moment, but I know they'll answer them. Okay, I know it's dinner's coming up, isn't it?
Okay, thank you very much, Matthew.
Thank you very much.
A couple of announcements. Today is the first day of the conference. Tomorrow we'll have one more. And we would like to invite you as well. We'll have a lot of great sessions, great speakers, and we will have the same format. We'll have panel discussions, we'll have sessions and product demonstrations. I also want to say that we'll have dinner. We want to use it for social networking. It will happen something about half an hour. And it's going to be here at the restaurant. I think it's on the second floor. We would like to see all of you there. And let's thank conference organizers. Guys, yeah, thank you very much.